and we are back, everyone. Welcome back for part 2 on the different live stream now, and we're here for the final, well, 14 hours of this race. And well, it's been an interesting one so far. Of course, we've only been gone 2 minutes, so you haven't really missed that much. But we continue once more, and I hope you can all hear us. Just let us know in the chat that you can definitely hear us, as everything should be fine. As we've got a crash from Jeffrey Ritchie there in the ST Racing Esports car, and he's been collected by someone else as well. And well, that's the way to start part 2 with a crash from one of our top 5 runners in the 38 car. And I believe Jeffrey's only just gone into the car. We can see here now the replay of what happened here. Let's have a little look when it loads up what happened there to the referee. So he comes through. And I presume he loses the rear somewhere. Let's have a little look. So he goes down that whole straight. Or does he get collected by another car? Let's have a little look. What happens on the right, goes to the left, then I think, oh yeah, just hops that curb, gets a little bit loose, hits the grass, continues going on, and then does he send it here on this GT4? I presume he will. Gets past, so let's have a look what happens here. So it must have been a mistake of his own, and he does, oh, and he goes way too deep into the corner and collects the car with him. He broke way too late into there, and there was, way too much speed carried and hit a car as well, and then back up and nearly collected another one, I think, on the way. So he'll continue on with a very damaged Beamer, and I think that might be his stint done at least for now at this point. We'll see what happens when he gets it back into the pit lane. So that's a big shame, of course, for the ST Racing Esports team who were looking for a top 5. That now looks very unlikely, given the fact they've got a very damaged car for now, unless, of course, they can carry on with it, which would be very good of Jeff Ritchie, of course, to continue on with a very damaged Beamer. And we'll see if the gaps come down or not between him and the others. And we can see further down as well, Burnt and Secha, P14 and P15 there. 0.8 of a second between those two. We'll see what they get up to as well. Vessel is into the pit lane. And we can see, of course, now rain for now. Then we'll have rain again in 10 minutes where it will decrease. And then in 30 minutes time, the rain will be gone again. And I've been here for what? 3 hours? Coming up to 4 hours, I think now. And it's been rain and dry about 3 times. And that happens over this, that happens over pretty much 40 minutes each one. So it's literally just been non-stop changing off whether the teams and the strategies are like, what do we do here? What do we do here? As we can see Jeffrey going very slow around that corner there. And the car, onto the cone, just letting that one through there to continue away. And I think the car might be, it doesn't look like it's in the best of shape at all. Look at Conrad coming down that gap, 30 seconds. I think Jeffrey Ritchie might be done for now. As he heads into the carousel. Left, and that gap is coming down more and more, as we can see Honzik as well now clashing up to Senator. And obviously Senator had a good start, but I'm not sure if he picked up any damage because he did lose a lot of time when he was overtaken by Gillespie. As there we can see Conrad will probably pop himself up into P5, as we see as well Burns closing into the back of Secha as well. See what he can do. 4/10 back at the moment, and we'll see if he can get himself in front of the 20, in front of 23. And here's Vincenzo Senator in P9. We can see there just passing a GT3. Oh no, they're looking to pass one here, and that's going to be a car behind looking to battle back. That'll be Honzik there, won't it, up the inside. Honzik looks to make a move onto the grass. He goes into the wall. Oh, Senator again, and oh, what a shame there. Bit of a tap from Honzik, and I think that would definitely be looked at afterwards. That was an interesting one indeed, and now we'll drop down even further in the race. Well, this stint has gone from bad to worse here for Vincenzo Senator. And we can see Leon Burnt as well on the back of Secha for P14, and we'll see what he could do here. Maybe try and make a move ahead of the Aston Martin, the Ferrari driver. Oh, sorry, the Ferrari car looking to get ahead of the Aston Martin. As we can see, there we are, Conrad's closing in. 10 seconds. And this is Burnt here, looking to get past Secha very quickly so far. He's the Ferrari performing. Just can't find a way past here at the moment, so just looking for it, but just can't find it. As we can see as well, Camarera is very close to the back of Whitehead. That gap's come down to 3.1 seconds, so we can have a fight for third, a fight for 14th, maybe a fight for 5th, depending on what Jeffrey Ritchie can fight back with in the future. And there we can see going very wide. I'm presuming that Conrad will come through now. There he is. Titus Conrad to the inside. Goodbye, Mr. Ritchie. I'm off into P5. There he goes, and he's up and away. As we can still see though, Burnt looking to get past. Can't find it. We can see Sorry about that. We can see Senator losing more time to Honzik, so he might have a bit of damage on that car actually, which is definitely far from ideal. We've got Hassini as well, who's literally no man's land. He's got a 50-second gap ahead. He's got a 40-second gap behind. He's chilling where he is at the moment. And there we can see Jeffrey Ritchie, and one bit of a mistake there, braking a bit too late there. Could have also been misjudged the corner due to the GT4 around him, and that's what he's done. He's gone, oh no, brake gone, straight into the wall. And there's nothing he can do to stop that whatsoever. And we can see Burnt as well. 3/10 of the gap between him and Setcher and those two. I hope they have a good battle before I leave in 20 minutes time. That's what I want for the rest of the stream now. These two to have a good battle to the end of the to the top of the hour at 12 o'clock GMT, which I believe is what more CET I think it is, which is Central European time, 1 AM. As we can see, Burnt looking to find the move. The Ferrari versus the, I think it's an Aston Martin, isn't it? Yeah, ahead. As they heading towards this is the normal part of the Nürburgring, I think. Might not be. Might be very wrong. I can't see in the dark. I don't have a clue where they are here in the dark. As they're away. So again, that's a yellow flag for Senator again. Losing another couple of seconds of time. Yeah, it's not going well at all here, is it, for the rest Tech Reparto? Of course, he went into the grass for a second and luckily not into the wall, as that could have been a very close call indeed as he heads his way through this long right-hander now. Got Niels Hartmann here on 24th here, the official Racing Esports team. It's the head there, all being overtaken, I presume, by one of the lap cars. Or he's the lap car being overtaken, I should say. As they head through this next section. And we can see Seapelt as well, in 27th there, looking to get ahead of Gazelle. Or Gessel, I should probably say there. And then we can see actually Burnt's got himself ahead of Setcher. There he is, the move has been done. Burnt's ahead of Setcher. We missed that one, unfortunately. And we can see as well, Jeffrey Ritchie is in the pits. We'll have the replay, of course, though, to see what happened there for that overtake there between those. So we'll have a quick look when it loads up on our screens. And we can see here, there it is, side by side. To the outside, Setcher's on the inside, of course. Has to try and cover it off. Let's see, does the move get sent? The move does get sent. And there we are, they go through. Oh, and he goes wide, that's what happens. He goes onto the grass, loses time, goes onto the grass again, and he spins it, keeps it on the road, and allows the car through. Brilliant pattern between those two, but unfortunately it ended in a way where Setcher hit the grass and nearly went round. As they continue on once more, and we can see as well, Chesnea in 23rd position with a yellow flag. And we can see Jeffrey Ritchie in the pits, unfortunately, down to P7. Will probably drop down a few more. As we can see Alexis Chesnea now looking to fight here with, I believe that would be one of the GT3s passing through. Yeah, there we are. It's in currently running for the virtual drives by TX3 team. There we are, driving along through the carousel, the AMG part of the circuit. We've got Beans there. Up into 20th, so Sonotti's back into the pit lane, so we'll see what he chooses to do. As they head along now in towards this next part of the circuit. Gamay there making a mistake, it seems. As they all file through, and Heinen as well, Heenan I should say, also catching up to the back of Casellas again. That's the back for 27th position, and Scott Isles there in the Missy It race, sim racing team, of course, in the beautiful Bentley, which I love. Just cruising along at the moment, but they got a big gap ahead, a big gap behind, and let's see there, Cassell, I think, coming too close to contact there, because Heenan's in there as well, Seapelt as well, he's involved in that one. As they head around now in towards these next few corners. Scott Isle did a decent job here for his team in 37th position. Unfortunately, though, near the back of the G3 train, that's a big crash there for Marco Heenan in the Lima Esports team, colliding with the barriers again. Not sure what happened there. Must have came to contact with another driver. That was a big incident there. Either that, or we just lost the rear on the exit of the corner. We'll have a look at the replay here of what happened to Marco Heenan there. And let's see. In the McLaren, 28th position, they're going to drop down further than that. Being as what happened. He's side by side here with the driver with another car. Let's see what happens. So, they head through. Keeps to the inside, gets cut off slightly. Just keeps it where it is, fine for now, and I presume he loses it on the exit, doesn't he? Let's have a look there. So no, someone goes wide, and oh, and they come back on and crash him into the wall. Oh dear me, someone going wide. I think that might have been a Visceral car, maybe. They're one of the low fuel motorsport cars, very similar in looks. Going off the circuit, coming back on and taking out Marco Heenan in the process. Big shame there for the Liam Mertz esports team. Big shame indeed. And we can see as well Gasell there, obviously now behind the back of Seatbelt for P26, the Porsche Cup car and the GT3 car. So there we are. We can see Ian are going to be continuing on for now. Big shame though for him to have to, have the race. I won't say end, but happening to where there we are. Can see him going around into the pits. He goes. Oh, big shame there indeed for Marco Heenan. I think that could be done here for now, as we can see. Yeah, there he is heading off into the pits for now, and we'll see all those behind him pass him and get a nice easy position again. We can see there McConnell. Looks like a bit of a yellow flag for a brief moment there. So just, well, yet again, he's not in between anyone. He's got 102 second gap ahead and 70 behind, so he's just sitting where he is for now, and he's doing a very decent job at this current moment. As he just heads along, and you can see there, Michael Heenan just heading back into the pits. There we are, parks and McLaren for now, and we'll see what happens next as they continue on. And also, Adam, mate, have a good one. Thanks for joining into the chat today. Hope to see you again next time when we continue with more racing. Tomorrow, I presume, when you'll be back with us. As we can see Leon Byrne yet again coming to blows here with Alexander Secher here for P14 and 15. Secher's got the outside line, gets himself back into P14, and brilliant job indeed by the with the Aston Martin back up into the top 14. And these two having a very good, clean battle. You've got to mention here the likes of Gorka, Gillespie moving up 11 positions, 13 positions, Secher moving up 10, Gamay moving up 8. Brilliant job from those guys to move up so many positions in this race. And so they're all heading through now towards this next section. Leon Burnt to just keep gaining in now on the back of Secher and try and replay what happens to him maybe on the next lap when he gets to, but then again the next lap where he made it is another 6 minutes away. So it's a long way to go. And I can see in the chat as well, Thomas now says, well, isn't this interesting? It is indeed. And also, Convex Root says, so terrifying at night. It is. It's terrifying for the commentator as well. You sit there watching them, you're like, oh no, he's going to crash into him, and he does. And sometimes the drivers don't see it coming, which makes it even worse, because we know they don't have a clue what's going to happen. But yeah, the night time here in the wet is absolutely terrifying. As we can see, in the next 10 minutes, we'll stop raining and we'll go slowly back towards the dry conditions. Whether we get back to them before it rains again, we don't know, because we saw this last time. Oh yeah, it's dry 30 minutes, and then it's like, actually, you know what? Now we'll rain again. So literally what happened last time. So we'll see if that happens once again. As we can see, Leon Burnt on the back of Secher once again. Alexander Secher, of course. We'll see these two come to blows once again as they pass one of the laps cars, one of the other. That's a Porsche Cup car there. As they head their way through. A little bit wide for the both of them as they head through the Schumacher S there, the Schumacher corner, whatever it wants to be called. And they'll head down towards this next left-hander. We'll see Burnt here look to make a move. As they head round, looking to find a way through. Looking to probably get it on traction maybe on the exit. It's got a good run, but ooh, a bit squiggly there, a little wide wide. But he's got a decent run here, but I don't think he'll go for it into that chicane. There's no point. He's not close enough either to make it in towards that chicane. As he heads down now into the next corner. There we are. Just throws it through. Looks to gain him. Backs off. We can see there. Oh, Seatbelt Gasell there making a bit of contact properly there. Probably there. As a little bit further down, of course, on the grid. And that's Gasell. Yeah, he has had a bit of contact with someone part of the Visceral Esports team. Is Eric Gasell. And yeah, not looking too well for him at the moment either, in 27th position after having it looks like a spin. Now looking to try and carry that car, continue it. It doesn't look too damaged, but there'll definitely be some sort of time loss with a bit of damage on your car. As we can see, Nils Hartmann now into the pit lane off of his set of his wets. Probably going to go back onto another set, unless he doesn't change tyres. It depends, doesn't it, on what he wants to do. He might just want to refuel the car for now. As we can see, Burnt there got a 4/10 gap to Secher in 14th. So we'll see what happens between those two once again. They've just been battling all session long, because I've still got another 13 minutes left, and since I've been here, well, since the past hour and a half, I'd say they've been close, and you've had the battle between Riley and Garrison as well. Everyone has been getting involved into some brilliant battles, and be keen to see what the gap is between Whitehead and Kimura as well at the top, because they was very close earlier on. It was, I think, 3 seconds before we headed over towards part 2. So if you can see a little bit what happened there, and see if maybe Whitehead's been able to pull away from the back of Kimura. Or pull away ahead, sorry, of Kimura, as we can see, Burnt there. got dropping back heavily now, isn't it? That gap 1.8 seconds. So maybe that's his battling done for now for P14. Could have also been involved there with a lapped car, possibly. As they continue along once again. And Eric Gassel there, 27th place at the moment. Just continuing along. He's not really doing much anymore, has he? He's had his speed, so he's just got to continue driving along. He's in 27th, he's in the mid-pack of the field. He's doing a brilliant job in that sense. He's just got to keep driving now and just try not to make any more mistakes. And then when he makes his pit stop, he can, you know, do what he needs to do there, get himself into the best position and then go again, unless he makes a change of teammate. Then we'll see what happens then, and maybe a different outcome will occur because of that. As you can see, of course, yet again, Zahentner, look at that. He was right with Wasner earlier on, and now he's 45 seconds off, so he's also lost a lot of time in this battle. As this is Marco Heinen now looking to, I think, overtake here of GT4 there ahead of him, isn't it? And they're looking to get past and just can't find the way through. Will be quite frustrated considering what happened to him earlier on. We'll be looking just to make the move to the outside he goes. Brilliant there indeed from, this is going to be Nicolas Alvarado now on board with as he heads down towards his next couple of corners. Obviously just sitting where he is in the middle of nowhere, pretty much like many of the others, just pulling himself along. Had that incident earlier on and lost a lot of time, but still continuing along in 36th position as they head along. As we can see there's Ruslu as well, making a bit of a mistake. Car number 11, not sure what happened to him because he dropped back a few seconds from where he was before. We got as well further ahead. Chesnair as well. I'm not sure, yeah, the 333, I'm not sure who was driving before him, but that car's also doing a very good job at the moment as well, up in 23rd position. And O'Connell as well behind in the 169 as well, doing very good in 24th, as you can see here. Hippoff on the back of Delic there. Andre Hippoff there in the BTR Racing team. We can see what he can do. What's he going to do? He's going to go to the outside. I can't quite see who's who at the moment. Oh, there's a spin there for someone. That, I think, is Marco Heinen, I think, there caught up there. I think it might be, unless it's Delic. No, it's Delic there caught up in that one. He's spun round and lost the car completely. Luckily, doesn't get into contact with anyone else, because that would have not been a very good one at all. And nearly does get into contact with the Porsche. That was a very, very close call indeed. As he continues on once again, and I don't think he got much damage though. I think he might have just about tapped the barrier there. And, that was close indeed, wasn't it? Sasha Delic in the Limiat Esports team in 33rd. And to be fair, the good thing about this grid is the grid's that spread out. One mistake from you now doesn't mean you lose a position, because Kolosov's 97 seconds back, 100 seconds back at least from what it says here. So realistically, doesn't matter if he makes a mistake, because he's got a big gap. He's got a big gap behind as they continue all along on yet again. And we can see, here we are, Delic's still going along, 33rd. We've got Alvarado as well in 36th position, looking just to kind of, recuperate after what happened with his incident. We've got, oh, it's a big crash for Fabrice Sashavishny down at, I don't know where that is at the moment. We can't really see where they are. Can you, in the Fisher Racing Esports team, looking to continue away. And we'll have a little look at a replay here of what happened to Fabrice when it shows us what happened. Of course, and here we are on board now with Fabrice. Have a look here. So he's heading down this long straight. He's gonna touch any grass is a question. No, he just loses the rear completely. Just looks like the rear's just stepped out completely. Whether that's in braking, he's braked and he's, the rears have gone. That's what it looks like has happened, because he can't save the car at all in that position there. Can he, Fabrice Sashavitsny? So not very good at all for him indeed, but he can continue along at this current moment. And there we got yet again burnt right on the back of Secha. The gap increased, and we're like, you know what, maybe they're done. No, they're not close to done at all, because they're still going to fight side by side, and, well, at least try and fight side by side. As here is Leon Burnt, as we've got Senator into the pit lane now in the 104. We can see what he can do here now at the moment as they continue along now. And Valtteri Esports driver of Leon Burnt on the back of Secha, and then we can see another car ahead of them at the moment. I'm not quite sure who that is. That is one of the GT4 or one of the Porsche Cup cars. He's going to try and pass him if they can, and that's going to hold Leon Burnt up, and that is the last thing he wants, because look at that gap now. It's gone up to 1.1 seconds, 1.4. And that is the last thing it was, because he was right with him. He was 4 tenths back. If he kept with him on that straight, I reckon that Leon could have probably made a move past. So big shame to see him now. But yet again, a second and a half back. And I have a feeling that last time this happened and he dropped back was probably because of a lapped car. As they all continue along again, and we can see Gasell there with the yellow flag, and Sinotti as well with the yellow flag. So those two get into a bit of contact somewhere. Gillison as well with the yellow flag prematurely. And that goes away quite quickly there. So it could have just been a bit of running wide there for Gillison. He did lose, I think, about a second there from Honzik in that position. So continue along. We've got Gamay. Oh, he was closing in on the back of Circle, but dropped back. We've got Sinotti as well. Yellow flags galore for him on this lap, indeed, in these past 5 minutes. And Leon Burnt as well. Got a 2-second gap to those ahead for now. But the top three, and actually, look at that. Whitehead's pulled away. The gap's 8.8. About 15-20 minutes ago, it was 3. So brilliant there from Luke Whitehead to probably save himself a little bit and then pull away. You get that gap up to quite a large amount. As on board here with Eric Gasell in the Visceral Esports car, 27th in the train. I think that's second in the Porsche Cup car as he heads his way through. Doing a very decent job so far for the Visceral Esports team. I think, like I said before, they've got 3 cars. I think they've got a GT4, a GT3, and a Porsche Cup car. I think that's what they got. I think they got one of each on the grid at the moment. And obviously, you had Nicholas Alvarado, who got into a bit of contact with the wall on many occasions, and Eric Gasell obviously got into contact with another car. I think it was Marco Heenan he got into contact with, and obviously dropped back at a spin. He's continuing on along now, but he's going to be under pressure here from Conrad behind, because Conrad's only got, what, a 14-second gap, so this could be quite an interesting one as well between those two. So head through. There we are, looking so nice so far. I've got to say, the Visceral Esports livery is brilliant, isn't it? It's a beautiful little livery on that Porsche car. And of course, they have another one as well, another lovely livery on the McLaren. As we can see, what else is going on? Really, nothing's going on at the moment. The pattern's kind of all paused for now. 13 hours and 40 minutes to go here in this race. In game, we're at 0:25 AM, so 12:25 AM, of course. And yes, again, Fabrice Sashowitz making another mistake somewhere, it seems. He had another yellow flag and dropped back a little bit more of time. So, yeah, not looking too comfortable in the car at all at the moment. But then again, that happens, doesn't it? You know, when you make one mistake, you tend to make more, and you make more and more and more and more, and then you get yourself into a very, horrible situation where you just lose your confidence fully, and you're like, no, you know what, I don't want to drive anymore. And you'll put your wheel down, you'll go into this and be like, right, someone else can do it. And that is the last thing that a team wants. They don't want drivers that want to give up because they made a mistake, and that is an issue I think a lot of drivers have to overcome, because it's very hard to keep yourself into the good mindset when you're making mistakes and you're being taken out. So to anyone who's had lots of incidents, fair play to you for keeping going, because I certainly would not. I'd be like, you know what, I'm done. I'd retire there and then I'd go to sleep instead of racing for the next 13.5 hours. As we can see, Eric Gasell now looking to close in once again now. Oh, not able to make a move. I think actually might be a car that's lapped him, so I don't think he wants to really make that move unless he's lapping that car. We'll see. Yeah, he's lapping the car. There we are, passing the Chevrolet as he heads down towards his next corner. Moment. Oh, bit of a flash of lights there. That's either a good thing or a bad thing. We're not going to discuss which one though, as you can see here. Dieter Bletten in the Get Quick E-Racing team, looking to close in for 50th on the back of Schaefer, who's in the 257 here. See what can happen between these guys. But I've got to say, guys, it's coming to the end now of my commentary stint. So I've been here since 8 o'clock, well, a little bit after 8, and I'm going to be heading off now as it's about to get to the 12 o'clock on top of the hour. So I would like to say yet again, thank you guys for being along here in the chat, obviously being very communicative to me, to myself, and all the others in the chat. It's been brilliant to have you all, and also thanks to obviously Soren as well for the opportunity, and of course Mr. George Morgan as well for sending the opportunity over to my way. And maybe we'll be back in the future, maybe not. We'll see if they like me or not here over here at LFM, and maybe we'll be back in the future. But yet again, guys, thank you all for tuning in, and we have a bit of radio silence for now. You'll have the car sounds, no commentary just for now, but I'm sure there'll be someone who will jump in the commentary box in a little bit of time. So thank you all once again, and I'll see you again next time. Have a good one, everyone. Good night.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully I haven't made you jump after we've been a little bit quiet on the comm side for the last couple of hours. But we're back in the booth. So the live coverage has continued, but now the live commentary begins as well. About 10 hours and 35 minutes left of the race left to go, so still plenty of time to go. So that's 11.5 hours of just shy of that have been done. And I think the thing on everyone's lips at the moment is, how on earth is Luke Whitehead still alive? Supposedly doing this race completely on his own. So how on earth he's done it that far, I have no idea. So it's been lots of changeable weather all through the night. I think the drivers will be hoping that the sun is going to come up. It's 3:31 for them at the moment. They're going to be hoping the sun will come up, maybe get the track temps up. It's 11 degrees out there at the moment, so it is fairly chilly. So thank you ever so much for sticking with us all through the night if you've been with us. Obviously, we do realise the downtime in between, and thank you for putting up with the hardware crash that I had earlier on as well, so much appreciated. I should probably say I am Tim360Lun, and I will be with you, I think, for another 6 hours. What's about that? No, another 4 hours. It's 4 hours I think I'm here now. So hopefully the racing stays as tight and exciting as it has been, and fingers crossed we'll see what the weather does. I mean, for us at home, the changeable weather is fantastic. For the drivers out there on the circuit, the changeable weather is an absolute nightmare. Now, the track's greasy at the moment, but it is slowly going the right kind of direction back towards dries. So anyone still out on wets is definitely going to have to jump in pretty soon. But if not, they're on the dries, at least the tyres are going to be coming to them. They'll actually be able to start getting some proper grip out there now. So it is not just the GT3s out there for this 24-hour race. We've got a mixed bag of cars, a mixed grid. So let's have a quick run through our top three of all the classes. So currently leading for quite a little while now, car number 7, Rotters. We've got Nicholas Huben running in second place in that number 14 car. And then somehow, Luke Whitehead in the car number 55 is still running in third place. So we've seen him jump up to second place during the pit periods, but he's not taking extended pit stops, so I have no idea how on earth that young man is still going. But here we are, running in third place still after 11.5 hours. So going down a bit further, so now we're getting into the Porsche Cup cars. Chris Warner, who has done an absolutely fantastic race so far in the ITB Racing Porsche, still running way out in front in his class. We've got the car number 992, Rosalind, running in 28th overall and second in class for himself. And then running in third in class is Giuseppe Ziana in the 202 Porsche for Gladius competitions. So then moving down to our leaderboard for the GT4 cars, Malinowski, running in first place in class. That car number 75, racing for Veloce Esports. Then we have Tugel running in second place in class, 38th overall in car number 177. And then running third in class and 39th overall is car number 63 of Dennis Weitchalk. Now, I'm pretty sure this is the car that a couple of times throughout the night I've noticed that it hasn't been running any lights whatsoever, so obviously got it on a manual switch and maybe just bumps it from time to time, but there's been a few times where that car has been completely missing. So over the space of the 24 hours, drivers are allowed obviously to swap, and luckily ACC provides that all in-game, so you haven't all got to be at one person's house. You can just disconnect and reconnect with a different driver. I think the teams are sort of between 3 and 4, I believe, although apart from Luke Whitehead, who is completely on his own, so I have no idea how the Ripper is still alive, but here we are. We'll definitely have to try and have a catch-up with that young man at some point and see what's going on. And there we go, just seeing someone else as well, just clarifying, between 4 and 5 drivers per car. So over the space of 24 hours, still a decent amount of time. So at the moment, everyone's fairly spread out. You sort of get this during these endurance races. The battles kind of ebb and flow. In fact, here we go. Here's a battle just starting to heat up. This is a bit further down the grid. It is in amongst all of the GT4s. And this is for Yeats Esports being absolutely monstered by, I think that was Luke Whitehead coming flying through. So possible pass here. He's going to come around the outside, but towards the end of this straight, he might have a little bit of a problem as you sort of come off the Nordschleife and back onto the Nürburgring GP circuit. Though it is a slightly modified turn. Turn 1 is a bit different. They kind of basically get rid of the Mercedes complex at the beginning of the lap. But the legs, that car number 187, just a little bit longer. He does sneak on through. Now immediately pulling away and making quite a decent gap. Already 1.2, 1.4 seconds between them. We've got a yellow flag out for car number 33. As I will apologise to viewers at home, sort of until the last 3 hours of the race, will not be able to go to replays. For whatever reason, that is why we had a little bit of random downtime in the middle of this this stint of the stream. It's like a random hardware crash right in the middle of something important. So for now, our leaders still going along. Still doing very nicely as well, that car number 7, 94 laps. Now, when you sort of see that 94 laps, you sort of think to yourself, well, they've been driving for so long, that's not that many laps, but you forget that this circuit sort of, you know, is at least 8.5 minutes, sort of 8:45 most of the time. And, well, the best laps we've seen have been 8:25s. So some very, very quick laps, but yeah, generally they're sort of in around the 8.5 minute per lap. And you get an idea of just how far you have to go. This is not a circuit where you want to have an off in sector 1 or 2. We've seen a couple of drivers making their way back to the pit with very, very damaged vehicles. So jumping on board now, SimRC Endurance, and this is Lucas Roda. A little bit of traffic around him, just making his way through some GT4 cars. He's also got one of the Porsche Cup cars winging along behind him as well. Given out, most battles have levelled off. We could jump on board with Offerman. This is the front-running low-fuel motorsport car. I know there's a couple of different ones out there. Saw a lovely moment there actually when we hit the 12-hour mark. I really wanted to try and get on the mic for that one, but wasn't quite able to. But we hit the 12-hour mark. I think it was the GT4 and this GT3 passed each other on the main straight, and there was a nice big flash of the lights and a weave to each other. So this is now becoming our closest battle. So this is the battle for 25th place. It is closing right up as well. You can see the way. There you go. Pass is done. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely flying. And that Porsche, I'm going to imagine, is running an incredibly low amount of wing because it just absolutely flew past the Ferrari. Unless the Ferrari's on a little bit of a fuel save map, I'm not entirely sure, but that was a absolutely ginormous overspeed they had then. Oh, just cycling through the lights as they came across the line as well. Pace difference between those two cars is absolutely outstanding. I don't think the Ferrari came into the pit. I'm pretty sure it kept going. Here we go, another little battle starting to appear. So we have got Lucas Roda versus Inestrosa. Roda on our absolute real charge here, doing very nicely indeed. So Inestrosa is losing ground. He was quicker last lap, but this time round it's really closed up. I think it's a case of maybe the track changing. They're getting a little bit, it's continuing to dry. It's greasy at the moment, but in 30 minutes we are looking at more rain. Typical Nordschleife 24-hour things. It's whether it's fog, rain. I think we've had snow over the years as well. So I don't know if anyone at home has been able to get on and have a couple of laps here at the Nordschleife here on ACC. It's obviously the brand new DLC, so this is the first major race being held here. But if you've had a chance to get on, it is absolutely fantastic. So I've played it on other things over the years, but yeah, there is just something about playing it in one of these GT3 cars on ACC Assetto Corsa Competizione that does just make the difference. It is absolutely fantastic. The level of immersion is absolutely brilliant. And it is great to see this track finally here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And here we go. We're going to see another little move here. I think the Aston is going to have the legs. The Ferrari doing very well towards the end of the straight. He's just about holding on. But I think we're going to see Rhoda get past at this point. I'm pretty sure he is. Yes, he has managed to get past. He should be able to hold on to it in the braking zone. I doubt the Ferrari is going to be able to take that one back. No, he can't. Ooh, in fact, I think the Ferrari might be having some slight connection issues. Through goes Lucas Rhoda, and now he's in a bit of clean air. Let's see what he can do. Can he open up the gap and get a bit of space between them? So, a little battle just starting to brew here between Hansel and Schackenberger. About 1.5 seconds between them, but on a circuit that is this long, that is really not a very big gap whatsoever. For whatever reason, this car is popping up with a yellow flag on the timing screen, but I don't think it is. I think that's probably just a slight timing screen error, as they don't appear to be in any way going slow, so not sure what's happened there, but we will leave them in peace. We will not give them the commentator's curse. Oh, BMW getting a little bit sideways there. Scheckenberger obviously really on the push on the back of Raphael Hansen. Pushing hard right on to the back of him now. He's going to be absolutely foot nailed to the boards and going for it. Yep, there should be live timing over on Pitbull. We're just seeing that being asked a couple of times if there is live timing. It should be over on Pitbull. If you jump on there, I will do my best to try and get the link up for you guys on that one. So now this is traffic playing a big part in it all as well. The overtake has been made, but now you can see the way the traffic is stacking up. It's not always that easy. You sort of think everything's job done. On we go. Oh, it hasn't been done. Apologies, that was one of the other cars they were passing. All got a bit confused for a little brief moment there. Here we go into turn one. Gets up the inside. Job nicely done. Plenty of room given as well there, to be fair, by Hansen. I don't think he didn't want any kind of issues. Last thing you want in a race of this length is to end up in the pits. This is certainly one of those races where it is a little bit of a case of survival of the fittest. You really don't want to be making any mistakes. You don't need to. The longer you can stay out on track and just maintain a decent amount of pace, that is what it is all about. You need to maintain it. It definitely is a case of attrition here. Oh, another yellow flag popping up. I'm not sure what happened there. I think that's another one of those weird timing boards. So Lucas Rhoda is definitely pulling away from Ministroza, but not massively. But here you can see the difference that traffic makes. The way that Nostroza is now losing ground, clawing it back now up the inside, flies past one of the Porsche Cup cars. Getting it done. This battle hasn't completely closed off quite yet. It's just now Hansen heading out on to the Nordschleife, and you can just see the BMW in front of them with Scheckenberger. In fact, let's have a little jump on board. Let's have a little jump on the in-car camera. You can get an idea of just the difference in circuit. You sort of come off that modern F1 style, very safe circuit, and you're immediately ditched into a very windy, very tight, incredibly long and ominous circuit with absolutely no lighting whatsoever. Arm code to the left and right. It's the last thing you want to do is make a mistake here, because there's basically no runoff, and where there is runoff, it's covered in grass, so you don't really slow down whatsoever. But foot nailed the board now. Scheckenberger has definitely pulled away. You can see that BMW obviously very strong through this first sector, but you wouldn't be surprised if you see it close up a little bit in the latter half of the lap. Big shout out to everyone that's viewed us and stuck with us for as long as they have. So if you've been with me through the night, absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for sticking with us. We say live commentary and coverage all the way to the end of the race. There shouldn't be any breaks in commentary from this point onwards. I think JSR is back to close out the race. As he opened it and he will be closing it. Still see just how incredibly dark this circuit is. Obviously got the headlights on, but as soon as you've got cars around you, it does not become easy to see around whatsoever. Oh, and jumped on board at just the right time to see Chirot go round. I think that was just a little bit too much of a curb strike. It's going to be difficult to get that car going. It's a difficult spot. There is traffic coming. Manages to keep themselves out of trouble, but ends up losing a position with that one. They're going to have to get themselves going pretty quickly, otherwise they're going to end up losing even more positions. And we've got heavy rain still coming within the next 30 minutes. Nearly 4 AM in game at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see what happens weather-wise. It's about 30 minutes off of real time. So now Chirot has Offerman coming up behind him. We'd already seen Offerman go past Roda, and so now it is going to be a case of pushing forward and seeing what they can do. Can they catch up with the back of Chirot? Oh, and I just realised it's for Sprout Racing as well. In my mind, it definitely means Sprout as in Brussels sprouts, but you know, someone also pointed out the fact that it could be like a sprouting plant, but I think it's Brussels sprouts. We'll have to see whether or not it was a case of the tyres going off or what was going on. The track is now finally optimum for the dry tyres, but it's not going to last very long. They've got less than half an hour before the rain comes. I think it's probably pushing around 15 to 20 minutes the rain to be coming, because that weather warning has been there for a little while. And still pushing hard forwards, seeing what they can do. Can they close up the gap? When I say yes, they are, because it was significantly different lap time. It was an 8:17 last time round for Offerman compared to 8:37 for Chirot. So whether that's coming to the end of the stint, oh no, we had that rotation, didn't we? That's why we had that problem, and they lost so much ground. traffic playing a big part in it as well as they're coming towards the end of the GP circuit. That GT4 car really, really holding them up. There was nothing it could do. You know, there was nothing wrong with what it was doing at all. Doing the right thing and just continuing its race, but this is what they have to deal with here. They have to deal with it for 24 hours as well, and there's 3 different paces of cars. Obviously you've got the GT3s, which are, you know, the fastest cars out there. Then you've got the Porsche Cup cars, the second of the fastest out there. In fact, they've been nearly matching a lot of the GT3s out there this evening. And then you've got the GT4s, the slowest of the cars out there at the moment. Regardless of what class you're in, it does mean you're dealing with different speeding traffic. Either you've got people thundering up behind you much quicker than you expect, or you've got cars going significantly quicker, or significantly slower than you think they should be, simply because you think you're coming up behind a GT3 and suddenly you realise, oh no, wait, that's a GT4. Oh, a bit of a slide there. Offerman obviously pushing very, very hard. Let's have a little jump on his dash as we push forward. Seen kind of a 1-4-4. It's just brought out the yellow flag. Continuing to push forward, looks up the inside. It's a big move under braking, gets it done. Sprout gives them the room. I think that was kind of a bit of both 50-50 there. I think Sprout realising that the pace was definitely not going in their favour and gave the room. But I also think to a certain extent that Offerman was just coming through, whether he liked it or not. That seemed to be a very, very well placed car, but it definitely had some purpose behind it. So with that little battle over, let's have another quick jump on with our leaders. So, Rotters for ITB Racing still leading for the moment. Then we've got Nicholas Huben racing for Unicorns of Love. And the Aston Martin running in 2nd place. And still somehow in 3rd place, Luke Whitehead for Veloce Esports, soloing the 24-hour race. And he's streaming it all himself as well, so there's no way he can even cheat. He couldn't even have someone else at his house to jump into his rig. He is there on his own. So that's a GT3 field. Let's have a quick look at the top 3 drivers in the Porsche Cup cars. So Chris Warner currently with that 325 car, the ITB Racing. Well, ITB Racing have an absolutely great race at the moment. That's 2 cars well up the grid. I think they're actually both leaders in classes. So Chris Warner in car number 96. And then in 2nd place in the GTs, in the Porsche Cup cars is Rosalind. And that's for Clean Racing Finland. Cracking livery on that car as well. Absolutely stunning custom livery. Almost reminds me of some sort of sweetie wrapper. And then running in 3rd place in the Porsche Cup car is Giuseppe Diana in car number 202. And they're racing for Gladius Competitions. With a lovely livery. Very similar colours actually, just with a different design. But then continuing on to the top 3 drivers in GT4. Ooh, and it was that one there. And so we've got Malinowski in pole position at the moment, racing for Veloce Esports as well. Then we have Jan-Erik Tugel. You can just see there, just being passed by one of the GT3 Bentleys. And that is in 2nd place in class for Prime E-Racing. And Florian Durakorp running in 3rd place in class for Get Quick E-Racing. obviously one of the Porsches go wildly off circuit. I think that might have been the LFM car. Possibly the ITB Racing. I'm not entirely sure, but there was a big flash of the lights to say sorry about that. So this little battle now is for position, but they're obviously in different classes. You can see the way the Ferrari has just absolutely stormed up behind the Porsche. Porsche forced to go outside of the carousel. That's going to really affect the lap time. I don't think it's really going to sort of cause too many issues. It's the only car in his class on that part of the circuit. But through comes Gottsmeister. Say, looking at the grid, there's still 58 cars out there. Obviously, we started, I think it was with 101 separate cars, but as is the thing with endurance racing, whether it be sim racing or in real life, you do get retirements over the race. And still the track just looks absolutely packed. Sector 3 at the moment is just so well bunched up. It's just insane. So 97 laps have been done. We're getting close to the 100 laps mark. We've still got just over 10 hours of the race left to go. Apparently it actually started with 72 cars. I thought for some reason, oh no, it's yeah, I think you can hold because 110 cars is the maximum that you can race around here at the moment. I would say, I remember over halfway through the race, that is not a bad drop off. That's pretty decent. Quick jump on board with Grantis Caracas. He's a driver to keep an eye on. Very fast young man for Scuderia Ferrari esports team. Down in 6th place. But obviously, as is all things with endurance racing, it's not just down to your absolute pace. It is down to your racecraft as well. How long can you maintain these laps? How consistently can you keep it on the circuit? How can you deal with traffic? All these things come into play, and that is by no means knocking this young man whatsoever, because he is an incredibly fast driver, and you know, seen him in many places do some pretty fantastical things. But I think that's why we're seeing him down in 6th place. So at the moment, it is looking like the next little battle just starting to heat up is this one here. So Scheckenberger for Black Cats, chasing after what appears to be the back of Alexander Secker. A second between them as they enter onto the main straight of the Nordschleife. Again, we'll jump on board and see if you can sort of see the gap closing up. There's about a second between them at the moment. And if anything, Checker is just starting to eke away that tiny little bit. Not a significant amount. Both leaving it to the absolute last minute to get on the brakes and try and get the car swung through these last few bends. And then back onto the... Oh, a big clash of the outside wall there. Kind of a 595. Don't think it was enough to really do any kind of considerable damage, but you can obviously tell how hard he is pushing. And now a little bit of traffic. Can he get through before turn 1? Yes, he can. Fantastic. Neither of these drivers are held up. There's a bit of a gap between them, at least sort of like 4 or 5 car lengths. But Scheckenberger will want to try and get this done before he heads out onto the Nordschleife. He's going to want to get it done where the track's a bit wider, where mistakes can be a little bit more forgiving. Thunders down the hill now. Going to be hard on the brakes through the hairpin. Long right-hander. You want to be careful not to get on the throttle that little bit too soon, otherwise you'll wash out wide. Neither of them do it. Who's going to be bravest here into the Schumacher S's? Both just about swing the car in, and I think it looks like Scheckenberger was maybe just a little bit braver. He has closed up the gap. He's now on the brakes hard again. He's definitely hustling on Secher. And he might be able to get it done just before they go on to the Nordschleife, possibly. But the gap is just opening up. The way the Aston Martin gets the power down is absolutely fantastic. Doesn't get it done at the chicane, so I think that is it. So now it's going to be a case of what can they do? Can they just apply the pressure for long enough to manage to sneak on by, or maybe force a mistake? I do love the way that it is just so dark here, and you can see it. You can see all those glorious endurance lights. Number 23, Aston Martin, that lovely purple stripe up the side of the windscreen. Who is going to be bravest over the top of the hill? Is anyone going to be able to go completely flat? I'd be very surprised. I think they're both starting to catch up with some traffic as well. Looks like a Porsche Cup car in front of them, so this could play into it. You see the glowing hot exhaust of the BMW there. I think they've got a GT4 there as well. It's going to be very, very tight pick. They're right up onto the back of it. The Porsche Cup car down the hill has got the legs. Oh, and nearly gets into the side of the 595 BMW there. I don't think it was intentional. He obviously saw the blue flag. I don't know whether he knew there was 2 of them coming past so quickly. Scheckenberger continuing to apply the pressure. This is the battle for 12th place. Now sort of beginning the descent down the hill. Such a decent amount of elevation change here. It is fantastic to see on the Nordschleife for just how much the elevation change is. See how hard they're pushing though, the BMW. Very, very rarely having all 4 tyres completely gripping. I think there's a little bit of a power slide through nearly every turn. The rain is coming pretty soon. In fact, I think the rain might be just starting. We go on the onboard. Yep, and there you go. The light rain has begun, but it is going to continue to rain for the next half an hour. Stick on this battle for a little bit longer. BMW versus Aston Martin, which is basically the same as what is right up the front as well. And not quite getting it done. Rubbing together, and now he's going to be on the inside here. Still thundering down the hill. He's going to be still to the inside. They're still side by side. There's absolutely nothing between them at the moment. And you can see just how big these cars are on this classic circuit. These modern cars on the classic circuit. And they're still rubbing. There is barely room for two of them. Still side by side, corner after corner. Someone's going to have to... There we go. And finally, Schackenberger decides to dip back in behind. But staying right on the back of them. There is absolutely nothing in front of both of them. Go a little bit deep. Just about holding on to it, though. So through the first carousel, both of them keeping it pretty well planted. Luke Whitehead, what has just happened there? We've got something come up for Luke Whitehead. Oh, he may have just picked up a penalty for that one. So obviously this race brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport, and one of the things that Low Fuel Motorsport does is they run a custom balance of performance, which is what keeps the cars also equally paced on the circuit, and that's all based off of the it's all based off of lap times throughout the week, so it's updated pretty quickly. I think every day essentially it's updated, and some cars come off better, some cars come off worse. I think that's why we're not seeing the Mercedes here this evening. It is also one of those cars that it's not always the best. Let's just put it that way. I love the Mercedes, but I went over to the Ferrari for a little while, and now I can't go back to the Mercedes. Impossible. So I think it's just one of those cars that people have decided there's some nice front-engined rear-wheel drive cars here that you can choose from instead. Things like the BMW or the Aston, and at the moment it just feels like those are the slightly better cars here on the Nordschleife. You can see where these cars obviously have their strengths and weaknesses. You can see the way that now Schackenberger is no longer right on the back of the Aston Martin. He has lost a little bit of pace there. He just pushed the tyres a little bit too much and he's just got them a little bit hot. Not sure, but for now... Oh, and in the background we just saw one of the other cars go flying off onto the dirt. Look at the way the Aston has just absolutely rocketed away. I think that might have actually been the BMW that we saw go off. I think it was the BMW we saw go off at the beginning of the straight. He just went absolutely flying off. I think a little bit of back marker traffic just ruined it for them, and now 3.1 seconds behind. How we see another one of these GT3 versus GT4. It's not so much as a battle as it is just a case of weaving their way through. You don't want to cause an incident, but obviously you don't want to have to slow down too much either, so you want to be pushing as hard as you can. Does mean you sometimes have to come off the racing line, and as we said, it is mightily wet out there now. Oh, we've got a very, very slow car number 151, BTL Racing. Well, that's very much a wounded dog, I think. Luckily, sort of in sector, well, I say in the last third of the lap, so not too far to go, but you can just see how far off the pace that car is, and sticking well over to the left-hand side, trying to avoid, right-hand side, sorry, trying to avoid any incidents. And luckily hasn't got too much traffic around them. They've got a fairly decent amount of space, so they should be able to get through the final few corners without getting caught up by anyone who's on an absolute flyer. It's Tony Chopper for BTL Racing, car number 151. So they've got a big off somewhere. And it is almost 100% certain that they will be jumping into the pits. No surprises there. Malinowski in the pits as well. Oh, and one of the Ferraris having to make some manoeuvres and going round. That's Patrick Gottsmeister. Oh, on the big tank slapper, managing to hold on to that one. That was about as close to crashing as you can come here without actually going into anything. That was very close. I think we're starting to see a little bit of fatigue on the drivers now. We've been out here a long old time. 98 laps under most of their belts. Oh, and around car number 33 goes again. Not sure what's happened there. Whether or not they're trying to continue on slicks, I'm not sure. But that car very unstable and having an absolute mare of a lap this time round. That's twice we've seen them go the wrong way. So it might be a case of they're trying to continue on slicks. Track's going to be a little bit too dark, I think, still out there to be able to actually see. Yeah, gotta be on slicks. The way that car is slipping around. When we had a yellow flag there. Our second place driver, Klinkmuller, and I'm not entirely sure what that was. I think that was them getting past the Ferrari we're just keeping an eye on, actually. Whether or not they had to do a little bit of off-roading to get past, not sure. We'll keep an eye on the lap time. The 333, oh, that's coming to the pits. That'll be why that's showing as a yellow flag. Get a good idea of the difference in pace there. You saw the way the GT3 car came hounding past the GT4, and now you can see the Porsche Cup car also getting past. Much less aero on the Porsche Cup car, so in a straight line they can actually really hold their own to the to the GT3s, but it starts getting into the twisty bits. That's where they start to lose. So a quick jump back in. Loche Esports driver Luke Whitehead still on the solo mission. Pretty sure that was just his out lap as well, so a bit slower obviously on the out lap, but we are sort of in that pit sort of period at the moment. Jumping on board with, this is Alessio Meles for the Aston Martin Enjoyers. Some great team names out here today. Absolutely fantastic to see. And this is Zaza Racing Team. We've got Claudio Zaza currently racing at the moment. Running in 25th place. Incident earlier on in the race, but they are doing very nicely. With a sort of Marlborough-inspired livery. But so far, doing a decent job of hustling around the Ferrari. Run a very, very soggy Nordschleife. So for the moment, battles are all fairly spread out. Saying that, no they're not. Immediately, I eat my words as we've got a GT3 battle coming on. This is like Simon Feist and Max Menicek. BMW versus Aston Martin once again. Car number 23 versus 595 again. Obviously both have had driver changes, so it's going to be interesting to see how the cars handle under the supervision of a different driver. Still wet for the next 10 minutes. But then it is going to possibly start drying off a little bit again. It's just that on and off weather, so the track temp hasn't been able to come up yet. Here we go, little move now, looks to the right hand side, it's going to have an overlap, he's on the drier line as well. Can't quite do it, is he going to be able to hold the overlap? No, he's not, the door is shut in his face. Gets on the brakes a little bit earlier, does get the car slowed down, he's going to have to try and do something again on this part of the lap. The different drivers are always going to have their strengths and weaknesses. Doesn't clash with the wall this time. The 595 not picking up any damage this lap. Into turn 1, decent run off of turn 2 though. Who is going to be able to get the power down best? It's looking like the Aston. Really good off the line, that thing. Really does seem to be able to hook up those rear wheels and get the power down. The BMW looks a little bit looser, but we've seen that it looks a lot quicker once you're actually out there on the Nordschleife. Another battle going on here. I think there was a bit of a traffic incident going on there though. Inestrosa versus Manar. And there is definitely GT4 traffic in front of them. One of those really hard spots where you don't want to be holding up the GT3 cars, but there's nowhere really you can go here. The track is extra skinny. This is where the GT3s are going to have the advantage over the GT4 though. As soon as they get onto the straight, even the slightest bit of a straight line, and they should be able to absolutely nail away from them. Nostroza is under attack from car number 255, the low fuel motorsport BMW, and it looks to the inside, gets the job done, through it goes. Very little defence there, to be fair, from Nostroza. I don't think he really was even attempting to hold him back, just let him on through. Just see the places where the Aston is a little bit stronger than the BMW. It does seem to be sort of on these straights. It's just got the legs. It's just got enough to just keep pulling away, and it opens up the gap enough that when you start getting to the twisty bits, there's not a lot the BMW can do. On that rear wing now, looking over. Moment is looking like the Aston is the quicker of these two cars, just being able to hold off the BMW. Look at the way, see, this is what I'm saying about the way the Aston just hunkers down, gets the power down and starts to pull away off the corners, and it is meaning that Melicek is really struggling to hold on to the back of them. To get some actual light on the circuit as well now. Didn't realise, but it's slowly cracked up. The sun is beginning to bless us with a little bit of sunlight, and that is also going to mean the track's going to dry quicker, and that also means more likely to see a bit of temperature increase as well. Still 11 degrees ambient and tracks. That's a very cold circuit at the moment. The tyres starting to come to life now. Obviously last time round was the first lap out for this car number 23, but it is now, it's got the tyres switched on fully, I think, and it is starting to do a little bit of thing. But no, that BMW closes up under braking, absolutely storms up behind. They have what appears to be a Porsche Cup car in front of them, so I doubt they're going to catch it before the carousel, but that does mean they're entering a very difficult part of the circuit with a slower car in front of them. The traffic may very well go the way of Melicek. You can see already Simon Fest flashing the lights, trying to let that Porsche driver know, and in fact, straight out the way, loads of space. Through they go, so the traffic actually didn't really do anything for them. It stayed pretty much as it was. I think we've just seen the change of position here. So this was for position, but obviously it is not in class. So those two drivers, although squabbling it out, are not in the same class, but it still was for overall position. Continuing on, Menachek for Black Cats, continuing to nibble away at the heels of this Aston Martin. Like a Jack Russell after the postman, not letting up. He is determined to catch him. It does just look a little bit more planted though. You look at the way the BMW moves through the corners, it's always got a little bit of a slide to it. So it is very fast, but I just don't think it's sort of giving as much confidence as the Aston Martin is. Both these drivers absolutely pushing it to the limit and beyond. You saw the way the BMW had a couple of wheels on the dirt then. Back still full wet, and the rain is still falling. It's going to continue falling for a little while longer. Should be getting dry within the half an hour though. Or at least the rain will stop within the half an hour. We might actually get more than a couple of minutes of optimum running at some point this race. But it looks like that little bit of a slide is what's killing the BMW. It's just, it's quick through the corners, but then it's not able to hook the rear tyres up and get it going on a straight line again, compared to the Aston, where it just seems to be a little bit more planted. Menachek in the right kind of position though. He should be able to get in the toe and get past before the end of the straight, but possibly not this time round. Cresting the hill, both these cars probably coming towards the top of their gearboxes now. It's gonna be another lap, I think. So Menachek for Black Cats is going to have to go another lap, staring at the back. Aston Martin one more time. We're going to see if there's any other little battles going on, because these two, although they are squabbling fantastically, looking at it, I think these are actually basically the only really close battle on the circuit at the moment. Nothing too close up towards the front. This is the one to keep an eye on. A little bit of a jump on board and get an idea of how little you can see. Obviously, there's a little bit of light starting to come through now. Get an idea of how much when you're following a car, how much your vision is compromised by the amount of spray. Not just the rain falling from the sky, but it is the spray. So even when the rain finishes, there's still going to be water getting sprayed up onto the windscreen from the car in front. Big push from the BMW up there through the Schumacher presses, throwing it now into the left hander. Plenty of curb being taken, a slightly tighter line than the Aston. Trying to cue it up, get the car hooked up and gone. Does hold on to the back of him pretty well. Getting close enough to make a move into the chicane though, but he is going to be starting the lap right on the back of him. One corner left to go and then onto the Nordschleife once more. So sticking on board the dash at the moment. You can see the left-hand side of the picture, the wheel of Menachek being absolutely nearly ripped off the hub. It is absolutely going for it, and this might possibly be a move here. He's right on the back of him. So difficult to make a position here. There really is only one racing line the whole way through, and you've got to get your car up the inside and force the driver in front of you off the racing line so they can't come across to the apex. There is GT4 traffic in front. The blue flags are being waved. You can see that man filters GT4 Mercedes. So it'll know someone's coming. It has to give a big old dab of the brakes to get through here. The GT3s won't, and whereabouts are they going to catch him? It might be in a real awkward spot, actually. BMW is a little bit compromised. It ends up going out onto the wet a little bit more, and that does finally open up the gap just that little bit. There's now a second between them, and that is the way the traffic works. Sometimes it can do you good, sometimes it can do you badly. So 101 laps completed, 9.5 hours left of the race. Now the battle that has been raging on lap after lap has finally broken up a little bit, and this also will mean now the Visceral Esports driver can finally start to pull away just that little bit. Will not have to go defensive. It can finally just relax that tiny little bit. So we'll keep an eye on the times. There's a little flick over to someone else. So Amir Sabarov. The Army Ontario team. It's kind of a 1-2-1. I think one of the few Audis I've seen actually out here this evening. Currently running in 27th place overall. Stunning livery on that car. Got to be said, the Army Ontario team always do put together some absolutely wicked liveries. Let's enjoy some wailing Audi for just a minute or two. It's got traffic coming up in front of them as well. Appears to be one of the GT4 Mercedes. Stretches out the V10. Holding it all together. Literally just seeing here as well now. Just being told that car number 23 is actually the Jardier community team car. Jardier, another one of those big names in sim racing. If this maybe is your first time you've ever really watched any kind of sim racing, and you want to sort of watch a bit more of it, obviously LFM do plenty of stuff. There's lots of different individual communities out there as well. Lots of different racing that can be done, but 100% it is worthwhile as well. Having a little jump on, I would say, with the one Jardier streams, because they are always fantastic. Possibly the happiest, smiliest man in all of sim racing. And into the pits they come. There we go. I thought we were going to see a bit of a drag race. I was going to sort of show off the difference in pace between the GT4s and the GT3s. Into the pits they come, and back onto this battle, and you can see that BMW is just sliding around now. What happened? Lap times over a second slower last time round than car number 23. So definitely becoming a bit of an issue, I think. I just don't think the car has got the grip it had earlier on. I don't know whether maybe they just pushed a little bit too hard at the beginning of the stint. Track is still fully wet out there at the moment, so no reason that the tyres wouldn't be doing their thing. There is a fairly decent dry line. Big old flash of the lights there as they come through. So while things have cooled off a little bit in the battles, let's have another little run through our top 3 drivers in all 3 classes. So leading the GT3s is car number 7, Luis Rotters for ITB Racing, and they have been leading for what seems like an eternity. Sketch's BMW, absolutely fantastic. Right, Nils Klinkmuller in 2nd place, car number 14, Unicorns of Love. We saw this car earlier on. Have to make a little excursion to get past a recovering car, but still going nice and strong. And then Luke Whitehead, somehow still in 3rd place, Veloce Esports, car number 55. Absolutely flying. And I'm still on his own. I'm convinced that boy is a cyborg. So that rounds out the top 3 in the GT3s. Now moving on to the 2nd fastest, which is the Porsche Cup cars. And it is Nowicki who is still out in front. Another ITB Racing car. So that is 2 cars. First in their respective classes for ITB Racing. They'll be very happy with that one. Then 2nd place in the Porsche Cups is Roseland. That's for Clean Racing Finland. And then running in 3rd place is car number 202 of Alfarano. That's the one, Alfarano there. And that's for Gladius Competitions. So then moving on to the GT4s. And we now have Aidan Walshingham in that Veloce Esports car, taking over from Malinowski. Aidan, another very, very fast young driver. A very nice, polite young man. Had the pleasure of chatting with that gentleman a fair few times. And he's definitely another driver on the up and up. He's only going to get quicker. And you can see by holding pole position, as Malinowski did, sort of one of the old guards, you can get the impression that he is a very quick driver already. So they are running 1st in class for the GT4s. And then in 2nd place, Mark Press in the 177. That's for Prime E-Racing. Then Dennis Weitschorker in the car number 63, running in 3rd place in the Get Quick E-Racing Mercedes. And that is car number 63. So that rounds out your top 3 in all 3 classes. This is Tobias Scher for Flyify Esports, and I don't really feel like I've had car number 77 on screen at any time so far. They've really kept themselves just kind of to themselves, really, running in 5th place. Really good position, I say, with a race of this length on a circuit of this difficulty. Anywhere basically inside the top 10 is absolutely astounding, but they're just inside the top 5. Oh, nearly goes a little bit premature leaving. Just holding on to it. How on earth this Ferrari is it? Every time I go to speak, I'm convinced they're suddenly going to crash. But they're somehow holding on to it. Absolutely flying at the moment. And it is an absolutely fantastic little car, those Ferraris. It's yeah, definitely one of my favourite vehicles in ACC at the moment. Battle is back on for 12th place. Less than a second between these drivers now, and you can see the way the BMW, again, through this latter half of the circuit, really does start to close up. And in fact, they are only about halfway round at the moment, so For a little while, thought car number 23 was going to be able to escape and go up the road. Hasn't quite been able to. The BMW is managed to get himself sorted and is back on the attack. Maybe a fact that they're a bit more confident it's going to be drying up. There should be no more rainfall for the next half an hour. Still the gap coming down. It's looking like the BMW is possibly going to have a bit of a better run here. 595 car really starting to close up on the back of the Aston. This is where we always see the Aston be very strong though. You just get off the line a little bit quicker. You can see the way the balance of performance works so well. The way that it just somehow balances everything off the way it does. We've got Inestrosa with the yellow flag. And I think that was probably just avoiding. Still doing okay at the moment. So this battle continues on. Less than a second, so less than half a second between them as they enter the first of the carousels. Oh, but a little bit unsettled there. BMW went a little bit too tight. Clipped that inside curb. And it just sent them a little bit squirrely. So one of these cars we haven't really actually had much on the screen this evening. Car number 80, so this morning. So used to saying this evening, but yeah, this morning. Car number 87, currently running in 4th place, so just outside the top 3. And realistically, if there is any way that Lou Whitehead can finish the race, which I don't think there is, it's going to be a case that the BS Plus competition car is going to inherit 3rd place. As it stands, just dispatching one of the GT4 cars at the moment. Obviously, I obviously wish Luke Whitehead all the best. And a bit of a mistake there from Manichek. How on earth he held on to that one, I'm not entirely sure. Trying to keep it going. Still these cars just nose to tail through the second carousel. Continuing on, this is who's going to get the better run down the back straight. We've seen it a fair few times now, but the BMW does get the overlap, then it isn't quite able to continue on. It had a little bit of an off here a few laps ago. You can see he runs all the way to the outside. That's a decent run. He's right on the back of him. This could be the one, I think. Going to go on board and we'll see how quickly he's closing up. You can see the Aston moves off the main racing line trying to break the toe. You can only move left and right once. And the Beamer is slowly catching up, but again he is running out of top end, looking to the right hand side, possibly going to try and go round. I'd be very surprised if he managed to get this to work though. He now looks to the inside at the braking. Not quite able to do it. Super late on the brakes. He actually touches the grass a little bit, trying to hold on to it. The onboard shot there, you could see just how far they were pushing to try and keep the car together. Fantastically done. Here we go now down towards turn 1. This is a big opportunity for the BMW. It could possibly get itself up the inside. It is up the inside. Can it do anything? The Aston holding onto its line as best it can, but it goes super deep. They bit of a rub between them. They gave each other room, and fair play to the Aston. It did catch the back end of the BMW, but Feist does get on the brakes and doesn't spin the BMW. Does give him space and time to get himself going. Probably better to lose out a little bit of track time as opposed to picking up any kind of penalties. That is not what you're going to want. So, Matacek has finally taken the position away. It was maybe not quite the way he would have wanted it to go, with a little bit of a nudge to the back end, but I say he certainly was not in the wrong for what he was doing. He was in the right place, and he just closed off the road. Nicely done. And he's now 1.2 seconds ahead already, so with nothing in front of him, let's see what he can do. But he has been following a car for a long old time now. It's still changeable circuit. It's now damp as opposed to wet, so the grip level is slowly increasing, but obviously depending on what tyres he's running, his grip might not be increasing that quickly. So once again, jumping back on board with our current leader. The ITB racing car of Lewis Rotters, still flying round as we speak. A real dominant performance from that team so far. Just under 9¼ hours left to go of the race. And let's have a little bit of a jump on board with our leading Porsche Cup car. This is car number 992. In fact, let's jump on board. Let's all just enjoy a little bit of Porsche noises. And now this is the kind of place where you really see the speed difference between the GT3s and the the Porsche Cup cars. You can see the way it just can't quite handle that mid-corner speed the same, especially in the wet. But there is something about the sound of these cars that just sounds so good. Oh, is this a pit? I'm hoping this is a pit and not a crash. Oh no! It is a crash. This is car number 38, looking severely damaged. They are immediately under attack from drivers around them. They've got two cars coming up behind them very quickly. That's the Sprout car, I believe. So, and now a limping BMW is now being hounded down by two of our fastest drivers out there, and it's already happened. Through they go. And now the battle for these two continues to squabble onwards. So this is now Conrad versus Sinenta, and we've also got Jonathan Riley as well. Up in front is having a bit of a squabble on the back of Tobias Scher. So it's all being shaken up a little bit. Now what can be done here? We are now seeing Aston Martin on the back. Can he do anything here against the Sprout car? Aston Martin versus McLaren, two bits of British machinery. through goes the Aston, but it might be a case that the McLaren can fight back. They are still going to be just overlapping. No, they're not. McLaren drops in behind, so that's one position lost. Well, they gained one and then lost one, which is a bit of a shame for them. Zanenta will be very pleased with that. 2 positions gained in 1 lap. You can see him moving off the racing line to try and find some wet though, so I am imagining the tyres maybe on that Aston feeling a little bit toasty. Going to jump up in front now, so we have now got Jonathan Riley versus Tobias Schur. Ferrari versus Ferrari. Oh, there we go. A little bit of a mistake there, you can see. And now it's all starting to get a little bit dicey. I don't remember the team name for this one. That is the Firefly Esports car, which earlier on we were saying we haven't really seen that much of. Now car number 51, absolutely flying. You can almost barely believe that these are the 2 same cars, essentially. Both the same iterations of the Ferraris. Looking to the inside, little bit of a nudge, but the gap was there. And car number 51, absolutely not hanging around. Immediately on the attack, just absolutely flying away already. So that was a sort of a very quickly pushed on through that one. And Jonathan Riley for the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, car number 51, has made up the position and is now going to try and push forward with that kind of pace. I think other drivers might be a little bit nervous. And somewhere around these drivers, there is definitely a Porsche Cup car, because I can hear it wailing. A very distinctive noise that you get coming through from those cars. And there we go. Look, now you can see Titus Conrad. Now that the Aston Martin of Zanentra has gone through, it is now flying off down the road. So that Sprout car is all on its own at the moment. And just seeing it in the chat, got to ask, Happy Racing, which team and car number are you in? For anyone else that is starting to feel the burn with still over 9 hours of racing left to go, if it makes anyone else feel better, in an hour I would have been up for 24 hours. And I'm here till 8 in the morning. Oh, victory drift. That is a very poorly looking Aston Martin. And I think we've seen this car a few times as well. We've seen it with some fairly serious injuries, but now it is looking very, very battered and broken, and it's a real shame. But fair play for them to continue to push on and not just giving up and pulling it to the side. They jump on board with the BTL Racing, and this is Nashkadashvili, car number 141, running in 42nd place at the moment. He's going to have a GT3 car and a Cup car coming up behind him very, very quickly, so we will actually stick on board, get a bit of an idea of the straight line speed difference between these 3 cars. and the Ferrari, I've just seen, has dropped back down again. So when that happened, not sure. Was keeping a little bit of an eye on some GT4s instead, but these have swapped round positions once more. So the Firefly Esports team has started to get away. And these two cars have absolutely been squabbling for, well, lap after lap at this point. They've been fairly tight together. They're now side by side. Again, this is the problem. As soon as you come out of the toe of the car that you are following, you are then immediately met by the fact that you are exactly the same car when it comes to these two. But somehow does get a little bit of a run. And Jonathan Riley takes away that position again. So Jonathan Riley has now got the car back up into 5th position. Did have it for a little while and then he lost it. So now he's fought his way back and he's now holding on to it again. But for now the gap is opening up just that little bit. Big jump on board with car number 42, one of the Bentleys. It's Mr. Git Sim Racing. Yeah, they've got Peter Henn behind the wheel at the moment. I do believe it is a Daniel Crinson who is jumping into that Bentley next. Great to see the Bentley still going. There's the joy of the balance of performance that it levels everything off enough that you can still get some of these older cars still being fairly competitive, which is great to see. And then also car number 23, who we saw squabbling out earlier on, running in 15th place. Kind of on their own at the moment, but continuing to push. So once again, they are entering the Nordschleife. Ferrari versus Ferrari. We've seen them change position 2 or 3 times now. So can Firefly Esports regain the position, or is car number 51 just that little bit too quick whilst being piloted by Jonathan Riley? Nope, we jump on board. Car number 121, Amu and Terrio. We catch them just coming through the first carousel. Now beginning the sort of back half of the circuit. You can see, I think that's a Porsche Cup car in front of them. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly they catch up with that. I think that might actually be one of our leading Porsche Cup cars as well. It's certainly got that sort of livery to it, I'm pretty sure that is. But you get an idea of the pace difference between these two cars. Look at the way they just close up under the throttle. Track's now damp, just starting to hear the sounds of the Porsche creep in now as well. Porsche moving off the racing line, giving a little bit of room, but it's still going to be very risky to try and get past. There we go, finally gets the power down. Through goes car number 121. I don't think that has affected any kind of sort of positions on track. In fact, yes, there we go, and there's Frugo as well, the Aston Martins as well, and that was indeed Clean Racing Finland, who was our second place Porsche Cup car. So we see Luke Whitehead do yet another pit stop. I imagine at this point he can do it with his eyes closed. It's nice to actually be able to see a little bit. The sun is significantly brighter now. Still got just under 9 hours of racing to go. But the track is damp. The temperature has come up ever so slightly. It is now 1 degree warmer than it was. This is Luke Whitehead, and then he's obviously got one of the BMWs behind him, but this is not for position. So we can catch the number on that BMW, see which one it is. Got to be a lap down. He's not coming up for position, so it's got to be a fairly long way back. So I'll be surprised if he can hang on to the back of Luke Whitehead, but obviously that's normal Luke Whitehead, not I've been racing for a ridiculously long period of time, Luke Whitehead. Now they've got one of the cars coming in front. There's a GT4, one of the GT4 Mercedes, sneaking on through. We've got a little bit of a battle going on here. Although I'd be surprised if that's a forwards going battle or if it's more of a falling back kind of battle, because they're just going out onto the Nordschleife now. So that BMW still with an absolutely battered front end, chasing after the back of Inestrosa. So the BMW, even with that massive amount of front end damage, is somehow holding off that Ferrari. And again, we see that Ferrari does just look like maybe it hasn't got the best connection to the server in the world. Bit of an odd one. It'll make it very difficult to overtake. It is one of those cars that kind of doesn't quite seem to be where it is all the time. So Inestrosa still being chased down at the moment by Mowing. Does seem to have got the car switched on a little bit now though. He's seemingly pulling away from the BMW. So I don't think it was an out lap last time around. I just think it was a bit of a slow lap. Whether or not it was a case of lots of traffic or something, not entirely sure. Oh, and we've got a Patrick Geusmeister who is trying to get the car going again. Really bad spot, and car's having to go around. It was a GT4, I think that might have been our leading GT4 car as well that had to go around. I think they avoided any kind of actual incident. But I'm not sure what happened there to car number 33. You can see now, as the light is starting to come through, you can see the forest that surrounded them, that shrouded them in such darkness all night long. But that is also now going to hold the damp in the air. It's going to stop the track heating up that quickly. There's a fair bit of wind, but obviously there is also a lot of coverage. Oh, and that, again, the Ferrari going slipping and sliding all over the place, struggling to catch up with the back of the GT4 at the moment. I am fairly convinced that is our leading GT4 car, which is Aidan Walshingham. Yes, it is. Aidan, another Veloce Esports driver. Very quick young man. So, Inestrosa versus Moaning. Again, look at the way that BMW has caught up with the back of him so quickly. Inestrosa just not able to hook that car up and go the way as well as he wants to. They're catching up with one of the BMWs in front of them. I think that's going to be a back marker. Still continuing on, the BMW, plenty of front end damage. I think it might be more cosmetic at this point, and I presume they would have fixed any kind of aero damage during one of their pit stops. So it's presumably just cosmetic, but still, that is going to be affecting the view of the driver, I would presume. So through the first carousel. Inestrosa now right on the back of that BMW in front. He's going to know there's traffic in front of him. Surely he's going to start flashing the lights pretty soon. Cannot afford to get held up in traffic, really. He is under attack. There is nothing between these drivers. 0.2 of a second. And let through without any major issues, so the order stays the same for now. BMW versus Ferrari, Veloce Esports, holding on desperately against the might that is ST Racing Esports. In fact, let's have a little jump on board. To get an idea, you can see the bonnet on that BMW is raised right up there, isn't it? It is definitely taking over some of the vision. It's not going to be a massive amount, but it is going to affect your driving ever so slightly. You sort of that distraction of seeing the bonnet there in the way, right through the second carousel. It's a good position to be in, as long as they can both be quick through here. BMW a little bit unsettled on the exit, but manages to recover it mid-corner. right towards the end. Closes up, but it's just too late. There's not enough space to do it here. Going to be a few corners to go, and then I'm going to come across the line one more time. Decent run here, though. Possible move down into turn one. It's doable if he can just get there. I think it was a little brief flash of the lights, or it might just be a case of the damaged light having a little flash. But we're not going to bother repairing those at this point. He looks to the inside into turn one. We've seen it happen here before. Gets it done, goes a little bit deep. He's going to be really, really compromised on the exit. The Veloce Esports Ferrari, though, doesn't quite get the hookup it wanted. I think he ended up just taking a little bit too much of a tight line through turn two, and it just didn't allow the Ferrari to hook up. And so through goes the BMW there of Moaning, and Inestrosa drops back outside the top 10. So a car we haven't had on screen much today. Car number 104, the Restec Reparto Corsa car. Chasing after the back of Simon Faust. And suddenly, car number 23 is looking very much under attack from Pirella. The Ferraris are going really well here, to be fair, at Nürburgring. Bit of a high risk, high reward kind of car. They're going to be very skittish. This newest iteration, actually, though, is it's not too bad on the curbs compared to vehicles of old. It'll be very interesting to see if we get the new Aston Martin. See if we get that in ACC. Obviously got the new Mustangs as well, both GT4 and GT3, those cars. So it'd be great to see if we get them. So GT4 in front of them now, and they met them in quite an awkward spot. The GT4 abandons the circuit completely and gets out of the way. And then through it comes. There's going to be a slight overlap. It's going to be one of the worst parts of the circuit to try and get it to do it, but through they go. Absolutely fantastic move by Pirella there. So I've got to give him a bit of a hands up for that one. That was fantastic. And an overtake as well that's just gone on. Oh, that was during the pit, so that doesn't really count. That wasn't on the track. But through goes Pirella up into 15th place. Through that second carousel and continuing to push on. The gaps sort of in the second half of the top 10 are starting to close up a little bit. Movers and shakers starting to happen. There is a Porsche Cup car battle coming along. And one of them in front getting very, very skittish. This is a Poczek versus Bischoff. And nothing wakes you up at 5 in the morning quite like a deliciously wailing pair of Porsche Cup cars. To be said, if you said to me when I was a teenager that when I'm in my mid-30s I will be pulling all-nighters, but it won't be for going out drinking and partying, it'll be for commentating on sim racing, I probably would have laughed in your face, but here I am. So the battle continues on. You can see just how evenly matched these two drivers are. It's going to take a mistake from one of them for the position to be made or lost, I think. Pushing super hard at this point. In fact, let's jump on board. very much for the love in the chat, guys. Definitely appreciate it. And thank you all for being here and watching. Right, side by side. This is it. Porsche versus Porsche. They are both identical in engineering. They've also now got one of the Aston Martins thundering up behind them as well. So as much as this battle is going on for themselves, they will be seeing blue flags. So they've changed position, but they've still got so long to go down this back straight that we might see them change back again. Sort of one of those awkward positions. This is such a long bit of the circuit where you might think to yourself, great, I've got the toe straight off the corner, I can get in front, but immediately the car dips in behind you, gets the toe, and then by the end of it, you're taken over again. So manages to hold on to it though. Through they go. You can see as well these cars are a lot slimmer than the GT3 counterparts as well. Oh, and in fact, in it goes. GT3 jumps into the pits. Oh, both of them super deep into turn one though. Not sure what happened there. I think it was a case of just trying to outbrake each other, and they both made the same mistake. And he's very lucky it happened this late in the race. If that was earlier on when there was lots of traffic about, that could have been absolutely catastrophic. Battles continuing on. Simon Feist pushing hard up the back of Wiebelhuis. Pretty sure this is Feist catching Wiebelhuis, but I might be wrong on that one. I'm sure I'm probably going to get yelled at in the chat in a minute for missing that one if I did miss it. But we were watching the Porsche Cups, and we haven't seen that many of them, so great to see a decent mix of cars still out in the circuit as well. It's not all just GT3 cars left. There is still a decent bunch of all the cars out there. Still nice battles going on across the classes, and I am now going to say that, yeah, I reckon Wiebelhuis was actually pushing through and took away 15th position, judging by the way they've flown up the circuit. So Offerman versus Chirot. This is a battle that seems to be heating up. Trying to see the name of that team, and it is it's Low Fuel Motorsport being chased down by the Brussels Sprouts. It's across the world, panicking greatly as the Sprout takes advantage and catches up with them. Oh, and in 30 minutes, here comes the rain again. So just when we thought, great, the track's greasy and we're getting a little bit warmer and the sun's come out, it's going to rain again. Right, just over 8.5 hours left of the race. Let's have a little jump on and have a look at the leaders across all three classes again. So, Lewis Rotters holding on to first place. They've basically been first place all throughout the night. Car number 7, that BMW, ITB Racing, doing an absolutely fantastic job. Then in second place, car number 14 of Nicholas Huben. It's the Unicorns of Love. Again, that car has been holding on to its second place position all through the night. And Luke Whitehead personally clutching on to third place. And with a whopping 130-second gap back to fourth place, this solo driver has been doing absolutely fantastically, holding on to third place in the GT3 category. Right, Nowicki running in first place in the Porsche Cup cars. Then you've got to go a long old way down. This is car number 992, Papanen. That Clean Racing Finland car, absolutely fantastic livery on that. I will not stop talking about it. I think it looks great. And then Giuseppe Diana, 202, and they are running in third place in the Porsche Cup. So then going on to the final ones is Aidan Walshingham, or it might not be Aidan Walshingham. We're going to stick with him and see who it is when he leaves the pit. It's apparently still Aidan, yep, running in first place in the GT4 Championship. And we have Jan-Erik Tugel, kind of 177, second place in the GT4s, and Florian Durakop in the Carnivore 63, running in third place in the championship. So little battles have once again just started to ease off a little bit. Having another little quick check-in with the Carnivore 121. I'm in Ontario. This is driven by Stazak. Great livery, running in 27th place at the moment. I think it's the only Audi on the grid as well. In fact, now that the weather's a little bit nicer, let's have a jump on board that old dash again. Super quick through this first section. It's got to be said, the car doing really nicely there. Super high commitment turn here, and hard on the brakes through this right-hander. Looking like he's got a GT4 car building up in front. Where's that? No, it might be one of the GT3 Ferraris actually in front of them. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I'm trying to work out which Ferrari that is. Is that car number 33 in the front? No, it's not. That is that's going to be Aidan Walsingham, I think, in the Veloce Esports GT4 car. Almost certainly is, and I don't think that's not a battle for position either for Aidan. That is going past a back marker, so a bit awkward for all drivers involved here. Got two GT4 cars, and then you have two. And then one of them obviously has a back marker as well, so... But they both managed to get through. And if anyone can keep up with the GT3 car, I'd say it probably is Aidan Walsingham. But no, immediately Stazak pulling away in the lovely Wailing V10. Right, so little battle that appears to be appearing. Wiebelhaus versus Pirella, only 1.2 seconds between them. We're going to jump on board with this one, see what starts brewing. It's the Ren Welton Esports car, and they're just going through as well on a back marker Mercedes, so... So through it comes. Wiebelhaus gets past the back mark of Mercedes, continuing to push forward. And he is definitely catching up. Pretty sure it's Pirella in front of him, 1.2 seconds now. Obviously they both had traffic to deal with. And this is Wiebelhaus's first flying lap after the pit stop as well. Oh, and the traffic has not worked out well at all for Pirella. That gap has now come tumbling down, a second of lap lost there. Wiebelhaus had an ever so slightly bad exit though, nearly got side to side with the Porsche who was sliding around in the background. Has survived, but I think going off the racing line it just affected it maybe a little bit more than they expected. But now, Wiebelhaus fully pushing forward. So these two drivers have now got a fair amount of clean air in front of them. It's going to come down to pace for quite a while. They've got one Porsche Cup car, I think, just in front of them. But outside of that, it is going to just be Ferrari versus Ferrari, driver versus driver. There's not going to be a great deal between them. Let's jump on the dashboard of Wiebelhaus in the Renwelton eSports car. Coming up towards the first carousel. Two very, very different lines taken with these two drivers here, and it looked like all of them unsettled there though. I was about to say it looked like Wiebelhaus had definitely chose the right line there, but gets unsettled, spat out the top of just gets spat out the top of the carousel there, and that immediately sends them flying out, and that's a lot of time lost. You really need that high cambered, high grip bit of the circuit. If you get it wrong, then you just absolutely hemorrhage time. But look how quickly they pulled it back. I mean, where on earth this pace is coming from, I have no idea. This is absolutely flying. Really, really pushing. They have also what looks to be a GT4 in front of them now. Don't think that's a Cup car. I'm pretty sure that's GT4. Oh, it is a Cup car. My bad. I thought it was going to be the Mercedes GT4 car, but it is not. I think he's going to try and get it done before the rain starts coming down. About half an hour, we're going to start seeing fresh rain. The track still greasy from the last downpour we had. Oh, and the car gets unsettled over the bump, and just there's a mistake there, just avoids the Porsche. I think the Porsche got away with that. Yes, it did. Didn't collide with the wall, but Wiebelhaus, who was absolutely flying, and I honestly thought was going to come charging on past, the car just got unsettled, and that was the end of that. Managed to keep it out the wall, so decent recovery, and somehow managed to avoid that Cup car as well. So it could have been a lot worse. They are at least still circulating without any major damage. Possibly the tyres have taken a little bit of a kicking after that one, but it'll be able to get the Cup car again before the end of the lap, I would presume. And that is why it's so important to keep an eye on those yellow flags. You have to be ready to be avoiding, and especially on a circuit like this where there isn't a lot of room to just jump off to the side. You can't just go to the grass and hope you're going to avoid an incident. You do have to be on the brakes as well. So yeah, looking forward. Great bit of driving there. I'm pretty sure that is our second place Cup car driver. It is indeed. It was Aleski Pumpinen. Did an absolutely fantastic job to keep themselves out of trouble. It's definitely time for our half-hourly wellness check on Mr. Luke Whitehead. He is insane, but he is still here physically. I genuinely don't understand how he has managed to do this. I feel it's going to need a bit of a chat. Maybe try and put something together, because I am amazed that anyone can stay up this long and continue to sim race this long. How has he been eating? How has he been doing anything at this point? And still, even though he's done a ridiculous amount of hours, he's still far quicker than any lap I've ever managed to put in on this circuit. So there you go, another one of these cars I don't think we've had on the stream too much, but outdoing very nicely, running in 18th place, car number 32. And this is Cody Sherratt of the Genius Esport car. There you go, and now the lights are it's a little bit brighter now. You can actually get a bit of appreciation for this livery. It said the Marlboro livery, customised with that Zaza livery. See him making his way up past. There we go. Makes its way on past the lovely Camaro. Doing some really interesting things being done with that Camaro, actually. I've seen a thing where basically it was the only car you were allowed to use was the V8 Camaro, and so essentially it was just V8 supercars, but in ACC, which I thought was a pretty interesting thing to keep an eye on. Right, let's have a quick jump on board with our recovering Weibelhaus. See, we saw, had that rotation, just about held on to it. It has allowed Pirella to open up over a 3-second gap. Again, the on-track battles at this time have just eked off a little bit. Got a yellow flag here, and that looks like a very, very broken... Yeah, significantly broken Bentley there. I think the rear suspension's probably gone on that one. I think they've somehow managed to smash the rear suspension to pieces. You can see the way the back of the car is bouncing along, completely tucked into those rear arches. But yeah, car number 42 is not looking very pretty, and we'll see what it's like in the corners. You can see the sparks flying off that rear diffuser, and I'm pretty sure that is a case of severe rear end damage. You can see the pace difference between them and a non-broken GT3 car. So, not sure how they've done that, because the back end of the car looks fairly together, but it's just sat incredibly low, so we'll have to wait and see, but the hazards are on and they are well off the pace. It's going to be a long old drive back to the pits for them. But as we just saw, this little battle heating up again. We just saw them come flying on past the stranded Bentley. Continuing to push nicely. Pirella continuing to keep Wevelgem at bay. Seems to still be the closest battle at the moment. Both of them a little bit skittish there on the exit of that second one. Oh, kind of a 666 is going very slowly. I don't think that's the Bentley. Let's have a double check. That's not the Bentley, but they had a yellow flag there. That is Le Mans Esports. And can't see any serious damage to the car. Obviously feeling fairly confident, the car's still going nicely. I think that might have just been a bit of a rotation possibly in the first part of the Nordschleife. Right, here we go. Now things are heating up. Oh! The back of the Ferrari getting skittish again. Really, really good save there from Wevelgem. How on earth they managed to hold the back of the car then, I have no idea. Maybe they need to adjust the bias on the brakes, I think, a little bit. Because that was very, very close. The back end of that Ferrari getting incredibly skittish. And again, we might end up seeing something similar to what we saw earlier on, where they have the pace to catch up with the back. Then they're pushing so hard they ended up making a slight mistake. And they did get away with it once, not being tagged and not going into the wall themselves, but they might not be so lucky next time if they have a rotation again. See the way they're right up onto the back of Pirella. The Restex Reporto Corse car. Look over that rear wing. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Though whilst I glanced away to change the cameras, the move was done. Pirella has now been overtaken by Wiebelhaus. It's going to be a case of whether or not they can maintain that position. So definitely got the pace, but as we were saying earlier on, this is a race of attrition. You do have to survive. And in order to finish first you have to finish. There might be the battle for 15th and 14th place, but it doesn't matter. You've still got to get to the line undamaged. So just going to jump on board with our leader for a minute or two. Oh, it's back. The rain is back. And we nearly lost a Mercedes there in the downpour. Going to be raining for appears to be the next half an hour at least. So buckle up, everyone. It's going to be another slippery, slidey sessions for a little bit of time. We just jumped on board car number 28. We just saw our leader come through while we were on board with them. Just giving us a little bit of a masterclass on how to get to the front and stay there. Oh, someone into the pits. That's okay though, because it's fine. They're just coming in there. So we had the yellow flag, but it was pits. And that's fine. Another round of pit stops beginning now. A couple of yellow flags appearing. Nothing out the ordinary or scary, I don't think. Especially in these multi-class races, you do see a bit more yellow flags being waved, simply due to the fact the cars are sort of coming off the standard line. We'll jump on board with Riley. This is the Scuderia Ferrari eSports team, car number 51. There is a bit of front end damage to that car. But don't think it was the yellow flag for them we saw a moment ago, so which car is this? It's coming into the pits as well. So that's the two cars we've been keeping an eye on for a little while have now jumped into the pits as well. Christian Washo out there battling their way through the rain. Whoa, very, very slidey. I reckon he's probably on a set of slicks out there, and he's got a long way to go until he is back in safety at the pit stop where he can pick up a set of tries. So trying to work out, looking at the pit times, whether or not this driver is pitted. I don't think they have. I think they're staying out on the tyres they are on. This is Stazak, putting in 27th place, car number 121. And summer run as well, car number 25. No, sorry, running in 25th position. Car number 712, the Zaza team racing. And into the pits they come, and it's looking like it's going to be heavy, heavy rain for the next 10 minutes, but then it is just going to continue to be cloudy after that, so to see how that all goes. Second place car, Nicholas Huben. And as well, Nicholas Huben coming into the pits. So I think everybody is coming into the pits. Definitely works out quicker to come into the pits, change your tyres, than try and stay out there. As again, this is one of those circuits where if you then make a bit of a mistake, you've got a long way to go back to the pit. So, into car number 39, Samir Foch. The Veloce Esports Ferrari. It seems only fitting that he is in a Ferrari. I think it's illegal for Samir Foch to drive anything other than Ferraris. Although this is a slightly newer and a lot less red than the normal Ferraris he drives. Well, looking like one of the cars has gone off. So where on the circuit that is car number 33. Oh, that's a bad spot. They did manage to get going though. I thought for a minute they were going to be beached on the curb. They did manage to get go. I think we've all seen it at Silverstone where you've got those whacking great sausage curbs. I think it's inside the village. Can't remember the name of the turn now off the top of my head. But yeah, there's a whacking great curb there. You can very easily get beached on it, but there we go. Managed to keep that one going, not stuck there. So, 111 laps completed by our leading 3 drivers. Lewis Rotters still out in pole position. Though it's just gone 6 AM in game, still just under 8 hours of the race left to go. 16 down, 8 left to go. Oh, and here we go. Nice little squabble breaking out. We've got a GT4 battle. This is Von Kalben versus Alder. This is the battle for... This is 48th overall. Side by side. The Porsche's going to try and go all the way round. It gets it done. Holds on to it as well. It's such a different looking car, these two GT4s. The Porsche just always looks really slim compared to the great big wideness. That Mercedes, it's ridiculously wide in comparison, isn't it? Such very different cars. So what is quite nice with GT4, you get such a wide variance of different cars. Little squabble coming along here as well. But there we go, BMW managed to get its way past the pair of them, and now the Cup car has gone through as well. Such completely different sounding Porsches. It's always very surprising to me just how different they sound. Obviously completely different engines, but the GT4 just doesn't have that nice little wail that they've all got. Oh, there was a yellow flag out for Samir Foch. Don't entirely know why. Car still seems to be as it should. So not sure what happened there. Right, let's have a little jump on board with our leader of the GT4 class. This is Malinowski. He's taken over the car again from Adam Walshingham. They have an absolutely ginormous lead over the second car. So the Veloce team, very, very strong team, and very much showing why they deserve to be in first place. Still got just under 8 hours of the race to go, so still a lot could happen. It's still looking very wet out there for a little while longer. So while we're here, let's have a little run through the GT4 class. So Malinowski leading that class at the moment. Mark Press running in second place in class. And then Kevin Schwarz, who is running third place in the GT4s. And significantly further upfield, first place in the Porsche Cup cars is Adam Spansky. For the ITB racing car. Is that the right one? Have I chosen the right car here? Yes, I have. It's just a different driver in it that I haven't seen in that car before. So running in pole position in the Porsche Cup class. Then Pumpinen running in second place in the Porsche Cup class. And Giuseppe Diana running in third place in the Porsche Cup class. And then obviously leading the GT3 class and the overall top 3 is Louis Rotters, who in the ITB Racing BMW, they have been absolutely dominating this race. Nicholas Huben running in 2nd place in the Unicorns of Love Aston Martin, and then all on his lonesome, Luke Whitehead in 3rd place in the Wailing Porsche for Veloce Esports. I think he's probably going to have a decent old bonus coming his way if he can hold on to 3rd place racing this long all on his own. So at the moment, battles have kind of levelled off a little bit at the moment. Got a couple of cars that are slightly off the place. Marcus Beblik, for whatever reason, that car is showing up as running a little bit slow. Does appear to maybe have a little bit of front end damage, but it doesn't look like it's that far off the pace, so not sure why that is saying what it is. And in fact, into the pits it comes, so quite often you'll see people running a little bit slower on the in lap just while they're getting themselves ready to come in. Nicholas Huben catching up with the back of yet another Porsche Cup car. And see one of the drivers in the chat. Summerun in the chat, or Blamant as he calls himself. Good morning. Hope you're having a bit of a rest before you jump back in the car again. So in the wet, through comes Nicholas Huben. Just been with the Zaza Racing Team Ferrari for a little bit there. Again, battles-wise, seem to have levelled off a little bit. We've got Crimson with the yellow flag. Oh, that's the That is the Bentley that we saw struggling earlier on. And that again has been in the wars. And it should be able to pick up the pace pretty quickly. There you go. It's been about 30. It's probably been about 30 minutes since we did a wellness check on Luke Whitehead, and yes, he is still there, somehow still racing. He is in 3rd place overall, and 3rd place in the GT3 class as well. Still absolutely flying at the moment. So he's done a ridiculous amount of hours. Was it over 16 hours on his own, which I don't entirely know how he's done it or how he intends to finish the full 24 hours. Speaking of 24 hours, I've now been awake for over 24 hours. So apologies if any of the words get a little bit sort of squirrely towards the end. But here's a nice little battle for 9th place. This is Noah Eder versus... It's the two Noahs. This Noah versus Noah. Car 717 versus 38. So this is Vasquez versus Eder. We've seen these two squabble it out earlier on in the race as well, and it seems the battle is only continuing. The rain continues to pour down, but it should be stopping in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, and then it's staying, well, I say staying dry. There's no rain falling again for at least another 30, so a little bit of a chance for drivers to, you know, come in, change the tyres again, have a little breather. So this is definitely the battle to keep an eye on at the moment. Just over a second between these two. And we've seen the BMW catch up from time to time. He was quicker last time out, kind of a 38 of Noah Eder. No apologies, of Vasquez. So we'll see what he can do this time round. He was significantly quicker last time compared to the two of them. This is obviously for 9th place as well, so they're inside the top 10, but obviously every position counts. 7 3/4 hours left to go. And it is one of those things, you think to yourself, well, I've got an absolute lifetime to make the move work. But you've got to be obviously a little bit careful you don't allow your competitors to run away up the road. Very easy to be a little bit lazy with it and think to yourself, yeah, it'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be able to catch up with them, but then suddenly you find yourself running out of time. So the battle continues. There is GT4 bit of traffic coming up in front of them. He might catch it at a bad time. BMW definitely is closing in towards the finish. I say the finish, the end of the lap. They are definitely closing in that little bit now. And there's the GT4 traffic right where the Sprout team did not want it. It slowed them down off the exit. The BMW's got a lovely run. It's a big flash of the lights. Obviously, Sprout has no obligation to A, give up the line or in any way make life easy for this BMW. The BMW is possibly going to have the inside for turn 2. Yes, it is. It's got the inside for turn 2. Can Sprout get the switch back? No, he can't. We've seen it a few times tried to be put together. And Sprout loses the position there. With a slide there from the BMW. They're obviously pushing really hard to try and get away. But they're going to have to be good. And it's actually now going to be raining again in 30 minutes. So we're going to get a brief little bit of sunshine. And then it's going to be wet again. So it's going to be a prolonged wet running. So Vasquez Rodriguez does manage to pull through and does get in front and is now starting to open up. He's got a second gap between him and the Sprout car. Already up to 0.3. Oh, but a huge slide. How on earth is he going to save that? He does save it, but he's going to lose the position. And that was coming out of the Schumacher S's. He's lost the position against it after all that hard work. And seemingly not really making any mistakes. Suddenly, a mistake on his part has cost him a position again. So he's lost that position. Now they're heading back out onto the Nordschleife again. So just a little reminder, obviously this race is brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. Hence you've got all your normal LFM bits and pieces going on. All of us lot in the commentary booth, behind the scenes, doing all that kind of stuff. But obviously it is going out on the official Assetto Corsa YouTube. And that is because this is the new DLC, the Nordschleife DLC that has come, well, the 24-hour circuit that has come to Assetto Corsa Competizione. It came out on, I think it was April 1st it came out, so, but it was no joke. This track, oh, huge mistake from the BMW, clips the inside curb there. I'm not sure if that's going to be completely done with the car now. Have to see how it handles through here. Just about holds on to it. How on earth that car is still in one piece, I have no idea. That's kind of the way I thought the Bentley had damaged its rear suspension. Somehow the BMW holds onto it, and Rodriguez keeps it going. So I think that was a bit of a Code Brown moment. That certainly would not have felt nice inside the car. That would have been pretty scary for that driver, I think. So as we were saying, oh, but Sprout makes a mistake. Sprout goes super deep but into the wall, tries to rejoin, does get it done, but they lose the position. They almost certainly have picked up some damage from that. So the wet weather obviously affecting these two drivers significantly, and they've both been absolutely giving it 11 tenths now for a fair few laps. I think it is starting to show. I think it is simply a case that a little bit of tiredness starting to show in these drivers now. They've done a lot of laps, even if they haven't been in the car the entire time. They're still very much thinking about the race, trying to get your rest in between. It can be very difficult. You might only have sort of a couple of hours to try and get a snooze. So they're mentally and physically exhausting, this kind of racing. Track temp's finally up to 13 degrees, but it is still wet. I really think we're barely going to lose the wet status before that next round of rain comes through. So think it's just going to be a bit of a wet morning here at Nordschleife. But as we were saying, yes, this is obviously the new DLC, and that is why we are here. There's a bit of a celebration that it is finally here on ACC. Putting this on, obviously, for Assetto Corsa and 505 Games and Kunos. So yeah, the drivers, oh, the BMW goes wide again onto the grass. So the drivers that are here have only had access to this DLC since the first, same as everyone else. And it didn't even come out first thing in the morning. It was like later in the afternoon. I know I was sat there waiting to purchase it myself. So yeah, this is the essentially is like the first week of them being able to have a go at it. So they may know the circuit from other places, as many of us do, but this is the first time they've been able to actually get on it on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And this will be the first major race they've done. I know we've seen a lot of the streamers all throughout the week going at it. Jardier, George Boothby, Luke Whitehead as well, you know, to name a few. They've been there streaming it all week long. Samir Foch as well, I believe, has been on it a fair few times. Speaking of Samir Foch, he is under attack from Menachek. Car number 39 versus 595. It's BMW versus Ferrari, a battle that we have seen many, many times over the course of this race so far. Though it's about 6:31 in-game time at the moment. So sun is definitely, I say, trying to rise, but it's very much being clouded. So here we go, here comes the battle. Menachek is right on the back of that Ferrari. Who is going to get the best rundown through here? They're super, super close together. Bosch is absolutely no pushover whatsoever. He will not give up this position easily. Definitely one of the Assetto Corsa Competizione veteran drivers. Normally you would see him in the original 2018 Ferrari. But he's been forced into one of the newer machines for this team race. Obviously not going to do the whole thing on his own, not like Luke. So this is the battle for 11th place, and you can see the way that Menachek is absolutely on the limit with this car. He is giving it absolutely everything, wringing its neck. They've got a GT3 back marker coming up in front of them quite soon. So while this battle's going on, the two Noahs are also getting into each other. Rodriguez versus Ida, they're about 2 seconds apart, so after a sort of bounce between the two battles, they make it through the back marker with ease, but that gap is closed up even more. 0.2 of a second between them. And it looks like there's GT4 traffic up the road. I can see at least 2 GT4 cars up the road from them, so that's 2 bits of traffic they have to fight their way through. They have bunched up. It's not going to be a case of get past one, little bit of space and get past the other. It's the pair of them. Oh, one of them goes round. That was very lucky. There was an incident between the 2 GT4 cars. I think it was a pair of GT4 Porsches as well. I think the 2 of those got together. Oh, and it has not gone the way that Menachek would have wanted. He's now lost a little bit of ground. He had to go all the way around the long way. And that has lost him a little bit of pace. And the BMW behind as well, just keeping himself off the grass. So for now, Menachek has dropped back a little bit. Samir Foch has just gained himself the tiniest little bit of time. Menachek has closed up that gap pretty quick and convincingly. In fact, out the back of the second carousel, he had a really good run through there, and he is right on the back of Foch. It is going to have to take something pretty spectacular from Foch to hold on to it. The two cars are using absolutely every last millimetre of the circuit on the exit. BMW is going to be in the tow, so Manichek should be able to at least get alongside Foch. There you go, you can see the way the tow is working, and he is now going to be on that right-hand side. He's on the main racing line. Still got rain coming in 30 minutes. So it is going to be a case of people trying to manage their tyres. Going to be, depending on what this GT4 traffic in front does, might cause a bit of an incident here. Normally the slower traffic will sort of just naturally move out of the way a little bit. Manichek does go through though. Samir Foch has to concede the position before the end of the lap. Oh! And around he goes. And he went round. I don't think there was contact there. I think that was maybe a case of brake bias. We'd seen it a couple of times on this corner where the Ferrari has just seemed mega unstable. And then what is going on here? Can he get the car going again? Yeah, he does get it turned round. But Samir Foch took a serious rear end impact there, and I wonder if maybe just had his brake bias not in the quite right position, and he's just locked up them rear wheels, because the car just seemed to turn on a dime. Annoyingly, it was sort of between the cameras, but it just spun round. I couldn't see anyone sort of immediately involved in it. There's no front end damage to suggest he rear-ended a BMW and spun. He seemed to do it on his own, so I think that was probably a case of a bit of driver error on that one. But yeah, an untypical mistake there from Foch. Right, battle's a bit further down now. This is the battle for 25th place. Tom Seepout versus Zaza Racing. And we've seen Seepout have some fantastic pace, but we've also seen a fair few little mistakes from him over the space of the race. So it'd be interesting to see how this one continues. So the Dominado Racing team, with Tom Seepelt behind the wheel, has managed to take away that position. Again, hit that little point in the race where people have just started to level off a little bit. And just for a little bit of perspective, let's jump on board the dash of Aidan Walshingham's GT4 car. You can get a little bit of an idea of the difference in speed between the GT3 and the GT4s. It is really nice to see, actually, even if it is only in GT4, to see a McLaren doing pretty well here today. It's had some big names behind the wheel of this thing. But it really has been quite an impressive little car. It seems nicely planted as well. So, no more rain falling at the moment, but we obviously are expecting a little bit more. Will be with us within 30 minutes, probably significantly less than 30 at this point. It's been on the radar for a little while now. Right, let's jump on with our overall leader, and that is the BMW of ITB Racing, who, in my time here, I haven't seen anywhere else but in pole position. Second place overall and in the GT3 is Nicholas Huben. And then third place overall and also in the GT3 is the Veloce Esports Luke Whitehead, the only solo racer out there. And absolute insanity, it has to be said, but still going. And then moving down to the Porsche Cup cars. So running in 19th overall and running in first place in class is Adam Spansky. You can hear that little ITB Racing car absolutely screaming along at the moment. And that's 2 ITB cars in pole position in class. Then running 29th overall is Alexei Pumperden, and he is running second in the Porsche Cup class. That's for Clean Racing Finland. And then Giovanni Lanone running 31st overall and third in the Porsche Cup class. Then there was our man that we were on board with just a minute ago, Aidan Walshingham, car number 75, running in 36th place overall and first place in the GT4 class. And then we've got Mark Press running in 38th overall and second place in GT4. And finally, we've got running in 40th place overall and third place in the GT4 is Kevin Schwarz in the Get Quick E Racing Mercedes. Now the GT4 has stayed pretty static for a little while now, to be fair. Those that have broken away at the top seem to be able to hold on to those leads now. At the moment, everyone is fairly well spread out. Just the Porsche Cup cars just sound so naughty. They just sound so good. I don't think there is a better sounding car. Well, if it's just GT3s, then in my mind it has to be the Audi. But when it comes to those Porsche Cup cars, oh, they are just a little bit naughty, those ones. Right, jumping on board with Abe Santima in the Genius Esports car, running in 18th place, car number 32. So car number 201 currently being piloted by Polovchuk, running in 20th place, and that's for Gladius competitions. Oh, and we just saw this car here, the Gladius competitions. And they're running in 31st place. We just saw them on a yellow flag, so recovering now. But not only is it now raining in 10 minutes, we've then got heavy rain coming after that as well. So it is only going to get wetter and wetter. So it's going to be a slightly elongated wet period. Two Ferraris there. They don't appear to be racing for position. Hopping back in with another one of the fan favourites, the Army Ontario car. Stazak back behind the wheel. Oh, Ben Connell. Sorry, McConnell has picked up the yellow flag there Oh, that car looking very, very unsettled. So, what's gone on there? I'm not sure. Running at 27th place at the moment. The Rag Nation Endurance team. And that car not looking overly happy. So car number 51, this is Scuderia Ferrari Esports team running in 6th place. It's Isaac Gillison. Yeah, kind of reached that point in the race where there's not a great deal of on-screen battles going on. Ben McConnell, we just saw the yellow flag. Still it's that Ferrari. Still trying to limp its way round, so not made it back to the pit yet. That has been a long old lap for this car. Quite interested to see what the lap time is when it comes across the line. I think it's going to be pretty severe. It's way down on the speed. It's cornering incredibly slowly. We just had another brief yellow flag there for a moment. What's strange is the car then does seem to pick up quite a decent amount of pace, and then suddenly it just brings out the yellow flags again. So it's at the blue flag orders now. I think it's the number 51 coming up behind him. Oh no, it's not. Oh, there we go. Big slide there. Saw it getting properly wobbly. Right, so it's going to be wet for at least 30 minutes now. It's going to continue raining for at least another 30. So it is going to be a proper full-on wet stint. So, possible battle to keep a little bit of an eye on is this one here. Philip Menard versus Tobias Kraus. About 2 seconds between them. BMW versus Aston. This is the low fuel motorsport BMW. Obviously trying to chase up with the back of the Sim RC Endurance by Barmenia. And you can see this is some properly heavy rain at this time. Oh, and the BMW behind gets out of shape and then immediately puts himself back over the curb in an attempt to straighten out the car and get as much pace as possible. In fact, let's jump on that rear wing of Tobias Kraus looking back. See the BMW using every last millimetre of the circuit, slowly trying to reel in the back of the Aston. Not a great deal between them, but BMW does seem to be able to go a little bit tighter. And out of nowhere has closed that gap right up. It was super quick and barely break through that section. What can it do here though? This is going to be the main thing. Is it going to be able to catch up with the back of the Aston down the straight? I don't think it's going to be able to. We've seen the way the Aston can really sort of pitch in and get itself going. No, I think the Aston's going to have the legs. We're just waiting as it's coming past that camera. And I think up towards the final corners, it is still going to be just about in front. They're going to have the downhill run, and it's going to have the toe. The BMW might be able to do something. Not quite able to, I don't think. No, not quite. But it is right on the back now. They're both staying out. They are both staying out. Are we going to see something into turn one? I don't think we're going to see quite enough of a run here. So Tobias Kraus just took the kind of generic line through there, nothing out of the ordinary. But we did see Menard trying to go for a little bit of a cutback there. Might be able to see something down here at the hairpin though. Decent little run down the hill. The BMW now starting to regain. We saw on the brakes that it's very strong. Can they do anything here? Both cars now flat out up towards the Schumacher S's. Who is going to be bravest? The BMW being a lot more brave with the curb usage. Obviously trying to gain some pace. I think the Aston's possibly got slightly hot tyres. It is immediately coming off of any kind of dry line and moving over onto the wet as soon as he possibly can. Philip Menard continuing on. Noah Eder in the pits. This is the battle for 7th place. Philip Menard versus Tobias Kraus. Oh, and he goes up the inside there on the final turn before they go onto the Nordschleife, and through he goes. Gets the position done. So that was after the chicane. Managed to get that sorted. fair play. Minar applied the pressure where he needed to be, put the car in the right place, makes a little bit of a mistake there though, runs way too much curb. Now goes through on the Porsche Cup car. And again, very, very high speed, high commitment part of the circuit there, and getting past any kind of car is always going to be a little bit scary. We did see a very, very brief yellow flag came up there for Tobias Schur. What happened there? That is the Firefly Esports car. There's a lot of traffic in front of them. And none of it appears to be battling. I don't think any of that is for positions. So having a quick jump on board with our Porsche Cup pole sitter at the moment, ITB Racing. This is Adam Spansky. And as racing goes, this has to be said, is although they have not been able to let up, they have got a very, very comfortable gap. They're running in 19th place overall. And their nearest rival is running in 29th place overall. And there is ginormous gaps between them all. So I think they could probably squeeze in a couple of extra pit stops and probably a breakdown if they wanted to. They've got a massive amount of time. They've been doing really, really well.
Having a quick jump on board with Ken Carstens, driving for Petrol Brothers. Again, another car with an absolutely fantastic livery. Running in 13th place at the moment. So Luke Whitehead into the pits. And we've now finally got a little bit of a squabble going on. Tobias Schur versus Isaac Gillison. Just under 2 seconds between those two drivers. Again, it's Ferrari versus Ferrari. Now the battle nearly down to 1 second now. There was quite a lot of curb usage there by the Firefly Ferrari, and now kind of a 51 is definitely catching up. And just look how absolutely ridiculously wet it is out there. Jump on board. So you can see the scratches and damage building up on the front of that windscreen over time. Just under 7 hours of the race left to go. Oh, a little bit deep there from Gillison. Manages to get it hooked up though, continuing to push on. But you see the way that car has almost disappeared, the Firefly car. Vanishes into the spray and mist in front. There's literally nothing to be seen. You can see how easy it is to make a mistake here. So moving back onto the delicious external cameras, and you can see Firefly Esports still trying to hold off. Still trying to hold off Gillison, and it's going to be a bit of a battle, I reckon. Tobias Schur has picked up the pace. Pretty sure it was this is his out lap, so we'll have to see what the tyres do, because the gap was coming down and then it has slowly started to creep back up again. So the battle is not quite coming to fruition. The second between them now. Closing up once again, Isaac Gillison. The Scuderia Ferrari esports team is catching up with the back of the Firefly car. In fact, let's have a little jump on the Firefly car. See if we can't have a look over that rear wing. Firefly car looking fairly strong through here, not being able to not being caught at all now by Gillison. So the light of day is most certainly upon us. Headlights are going out on cars. Rain lights are still definitely flashing furiously. Do at least another 10 to 15 minutes worth of this absolute downpour. But after that, it should be stopping again. So, championship. Oh, and we've got a yellow flag out. It's for a pit. It's always for a pit. Right, so, going back to this battle here. Got that nice little one between Felix Arndt and Gillison. You can see now the Ferrari number 51 is able to catch. He's just about going to do it, I think. Might be able to do it into braking. We've seen Ferraris go awry here before, though. Who's got the braking set up just right? They both just about managed to make through there. You can see there is quite a little bump on the apex. And in fact, now car number 51 dives into the pit. So the race that was is no longer. Quick jump on board Sprout with Marco Bischoff running in 10th place at the moment. So it's still continuing to rain. I don't think anyone is overly surprised by that fact, but yet still continuing to absolutely hammer it down. There's been a change of drivers in the front two cars. So we've now got Pulowski in the leading car for ITV Racing. Then we've got Bastian Reiter running in second place in that number 14 car for the Unicorns of Love. Oh, taking a bit of an excursion across the grass there, managing to hold it together though. Surprise, surprise, Luke Whitehead in third place. Still in car number 55. Let's have a quick jump on board. Rounds the hairpin, hammering it now up towards through the Schumacher S's, gets it done. Big load of corrective oversteer. Luke Whitehead just doing an absolutely gargantuan task of trying to keep this car going. We just saw our leaders going slow. Oh, that's fine, they were just making their way through traffic, heading into the carousel. So, still piling their way through back markers and all sorts of traffic, but managing to hold on to it. Kamil Pawlowski absolutely flying, still in pole position, 119 laps under their belt as well, which is absolutely ridiculous. At the moment, everyone is barely spread out. I think we just had a car go off. I think it was 151. So not a great deal of battling going on at the moment. A little jump on board with the Sprout. I don't think we've been on board properly with this car yet. Possibly the loudest car in ACC. The rain still falling. It should be gone in the next 10 minutes, and then it's just a case of dealing with what's left on the circuit. Track temp has come up 2 degrees since the middle of the night though. So is the ambient temperature, so they're both on 13 now as opposed to 11. So there is the possibility the track will take a little bit less time to dry out. Not the most amount of wind though. And obviously there is the risk that it might all just start raining again, as it does seem to keep happening. We get these dry spells, wet spells, but they have been predominantly wet for most of this second half of the race. Let's say middle third, actually. The middle third of the race has just been very, very wet. Just seeing there from one of our racers, Mr. Git, saying he's managed to get in a little 4-hour nap between his stints in the car. And this is what I was saying earlier on, it isn't just a case of sitting in the seat and doing the racing when you're being tired. It's the fact that even when you are then having a chance to have a little breather, you're still trying to then squeeze it into a very small amount of time, and it isn't always easy to switch off. So yeah, squeezing in a 4 hours sleep isn't a great deal of sleep whatsoever. I think there's going to be a lot of racers probably face down on the floor next to their rig after this one, just snoozing wherever they can. I've got yellow flags out, and that's for 2 cars. I'm not sure if they were both involved together. No, they're much too far apart. This for Alexander Stratman, that was on the actual GP circuit, and that car not looking good. So, Kamil Pawlowski still thundering on, managing to get it done. It looks like that is the Ferrari coming up in front of them. I think we may have just got the first ACC sniper noise. I'm not sure. There was definitely something. So apologies if anyone at home just had an odd noise come through. Occasionally you get that bit of a sound spike from ACC. Let's have a little bit of a run through some cars. But let's start at the back. So 56th place is the 999 car, and that's Robbie Callahan. 55th is Matthias Truchette. And then we've got Michael in the Wolves Racing team, running in 54th place. 53rd is Lemke for Low Fuel Motorsports. And then we've got Martin Decay, that is for Yeet Esports, running in 52nd. 51st is Timon Carstens. It's the No Pace Racing. And then we've got Alexander Schaefer running in 50th place, and that is for Hopeless Ambition. Now, there are some fantastic team names here this time round. I believe this is Leo Zalas for the RNL Raw. And then 48th place is Leonard File. And that looks to be for Rice Colburn Racing. They're running in 48th place. 47th place is Schellenberger in the Rebellion Autosport car. Christian Washoe in the Get Quick E Racing Mercedes. 45th is Kevin Leon in the SDLesports.com/Logitech car. Catchy little team name, that one. And we go Nicholas Wafer for the Sim Heaven Motorsports team. Kevin Braun, and that is for Sim RC Endurance by Bonemia. Patrick Dean for the BTL Racing. And that is that number 141, the Man Filters car that we saw earlier on. Marcus Beblick running in 41st place for Low Fuel Motorsport. And we've got Dennis Weitchalk. We've got Get Quick E-Racing. 39th place is Enders for Prime E-Racing. Jeremy Kuss with the Funtech Racing team. Julian Hedrich for MK Racing, running in 37th place. 36th is Murphy, and they are racing for Veloce Esports, and obviously that is our leading GT4 car, if I'm not mistaken. Demetria, and that is in that lovely Bentley, car number 42. And that is... it's Mr. Git Sim Racing. That was someone we spoke to earlier on that had about 4 hours sleep. Alexander Stratman in one of the BMWs, and that's Fisher Racing team. Andre Schaefer as well, BTR Motorsport, running in 33rd. Tony Chopper, they are running in 32nd. BTL Racing. Carlino for Gladius Competitions, running in 31st. Marco Heinen, sorry, and that is for Lemur Esports. 29th, Pumpinen, and that is for Clean Racing Finland. Mario Kuhn, and that is for Pit Speed Racing. And it's going to rain again in 30 minutes time. Dominicus for Rag Nation Endurance, running in 27th place. Alexander Luboslavsky, the Armentario team at car number 121. Been a big fan favourite today, that car. 25th place, and Don Minardo, racing for Don Minardo Racing. Zaza Racing Team, being piloted by Summerun, 24th place. Dennis Chops in the Aston Martin Enjoyers team, running in 23rd place, obviously enjoying driving that car. Dennis Gluck for Fisher Racing Esports. 21st is Louise Alexandra, and that is for Virtual Drivers. That one. So the world's smallest team name for some reason. I really struggled to read that one. Gladius Competition. That is Romanenko running in 20th place. 19th place, Spansky. ITB Racing, and that is the leading Porsche Cup car as well. 18th place, De Bons. And they're racing for Genius Esports. Wrestlinger, home of Sim Racing Esports. And they're running in 17th place. Zan Pedri running in 16th place for Russ Tech Reporto Corsa. And then we have a little bit of a battle starting to heat up now, which is nice. This is the battle for 14th place. You can see the two of them stacked up pretty closely. Neither of them come in, so we'll keep a little eye on the timing boards as we carry on going through. Wiebelhaus running in the Bren Welton Esports car, running in 14th place. Julian Kraus for the Petrol Brothers, running in 13th place. 12th for Loche Esports in Astroza. Florens running for Black Cats, running in 11th place. Marco Bischoff running in 10th place for the Sprout car there. Rodriguez, and that is for the ST Racing Esports, running in 9th place. 8th place, Thomas Reeder, SimRC Endurance by Barnier. Bastian Offerman running in 7th place for Low Fuel Motorsport. I want to keep a little eye on that gap at the bottom. Isaac Gillison running in 6th place, and that is for Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Felix Arndt for Firefly Esports running in 5th. 4th place is Nils Najox, BS competition, BS Plus competition, and then it is Luke Whitehead, Bastian Reiter, and Pulowski rounding out the top 3. So let's jump back to this little squabble that's going on. So, about 6 hours, 30 minutes left of the race, and there is a mistake. Ooh, car number 23 does make a mistake as they went to join the Nordschleife, and that has opened up the gap. It was about 2 seconds, and now it is whipped open to about 5. Very easily done, especially in the wet. It's hard to get yourself going again. Just sort of seeing this on and off rain now for the last forever, I think. Hasn't really changed at all. And Jeremy Kuss has just got past. And Mark Philip Enders, obviously that was not for class position, but it was for overall position. Oh, and there's a yellow flag out. And that's for Jonathan No for the Low Fuel Motorsport team. Running in 53rd place, and that car it's been a big old hit for that one. You can see the front end is carrying a decent amount of damage there. Recovered well though, so I don't think the car is carrying too much mechanical damage. Seems to be doing pretty well. Got a brief yellow flag out then for Callahan as well, but they appear to have brought it back together. There we go, little battle coming along. It is for position on track, but it will obviously be not in the same class. This is a Porsche Cup car chasing down a Porsche GT4 classed car. Again, one of them sounds like an angry bee and the other one is just absolutely ridiculously loud and screams everywhere it goes. Like a tantruming toddler, but no one's annoyed by it. It's just a fantastic noise. Caliber 56, Jeremy Cuss. I can only imagine how much of a handful these little the Porsche Cup cars are to drive in the wet. Many moons ago, got to drive one round Donington, and it was part of an all Porsche Cup car, and it was all rookies, yeah, it was an absolute bloodbath. We'll say that. But you know, once we got through lap 1 and I repaired all the damage I had, it was a good laugh. They are very fun little cars to drive. It's definitely one of those things that's worth a go. Because they drive a little bit differently to most of the cars in game. If you're used to the Porsche GT3, then you'll probably be alright. But anything else is definitely a steep learning curve. So on the track, we'll run through them actually just while we're here. I've got a moment or two to do it. So we've got GT3, and our top GT3 drivers are as follows. Let's scroll up and grab their ball. Right, so leading the GT3 class is car number 7, Pawlowski for ITB Racing. Second place, Bastian Reiter for the Unicorns of Love. And third place is Luke Whitehead in the Veloce Esports car. And he is our only solo driver. So that is the GT3, the fastest class out there on the track. Then we have the Porsche Cup cars. So we've got Adam Spianski in another one of the ITB Racing cars. So they've got 2 pole positions at the moment, leading their class. Then we have Aleski Pumpinen running that 992 car, and they are running in second place in class. And Diego Carlino is running third in class in the number 202. And so that is the Porsche Cup cars. And then our slowest and final pack of cars out on track is the GT4s, which is Eamon Murphy, currently running around in the Veloce Esports car. And then we've got Mark Philip Enders in the Prime E Racing Porsche. And then in third place in that class is Weizschork, and that is in the Get Quick E Racing Mercedes. So that's the GT4. So that is your roundup of GT3 Porsche Cup cars, and then also the GT4 cars in order of speed as well, to be fair.
It's still fairly insane that Luke is still somehow going solo. I feel like at some point it's going to be a big prank, and we're going to find out that it isn't true, and somehow he's done something. He's got his mates over at his house to jump in his rig, so he hasn't got to do driver changes. Oh, big slide from him there. I think the tiredness might be getting to him at this point. He's still got 6.5 hours, or just shy of 6.5 hours left to go. You've got me in the booth for another 45 minutes, and then it will be, I believe it is JSR coming in. I think someone else is joining him as well. No, it looks like it is just going to be John on those final few hours. Christian might be joining as well. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Been awake for 27 hours now, so the brains are getting a little bit slow. Has to be said, so apologies to anyone if names get mispronounced or I miss your message in the chat. So at the moment, again, all the battles have kind of opened right up. Jump on board with this one. This is Jeremy Cuss for Fun Tech Racing Team. And they should be catching up with the car number 177 in front of them. That's a GT4 car in front of them. About 7 seconds behind at the moment, but they should be obviously pushing forward to gain the position. They will obviously have the speed advantage and a bit of a handling advantage as well. So should see that car gaining position soon, although there is a yellow flag out at the moment. Oh, and that is for MK Racing. That's Hedrich. Car number 699 has now recovered, but the front end of that car looking fairly damaged. Obviously no rainfall at the moment, but it is still coming, so it will be spray that they're dealing with at the moment on the windscreens. It won't be too bad for drivers that are out on their own. There'll still be a bit of spray, but it won't be horrendous. But if you are still in a bit of a pack or following someone or making your way through traffic, then you are still going to be dealing with a lot of rain on your windscreen, simply being sprayed up by those whacking great tyres in front of you. Fair. I really thought that Jeremy Cuss was going to catch up with Philip Enders a lot quicker than they have. There's still a decent gap between them. In fact, let's jump on with Enders. Another one of those little Porsches, the GT4 car. And in fact, the gap hasn't come down barely at all. Oh, big slide. And that might be the kind of reason why, to be fair, because that was one massive power slide there from car number 56. Really struggling to keep the power where it needed to be. $122 laps have been done so far. Oh, here comes a GT3 about to make its way past.
So obviously, again, only a back marker, so this isn't for position, hence the blue flags waving. And blue flags are not the same as they are in things like F1, where it's basically get out of the way. It is a case of you continue your race, but you just obviously are not meant to be intentionally blocking the overtaking car. So you can't defend that position, and you can't purposely slow that car down. But you don't necessarily have to make it easy on them. You can stick to the racing line, and it is up to the overtaking car to be the one that gets the overtake done cleanly. So, again, this is our leaders, Pulowski. Absolutely miles ahead of everyone else. There is no one around. But still, they are continuing to push absolutely flat out. With 6 hours, 17 minutes of the race left to go, there is no chance to relax. They have to keep going. They have to make up as much time as they possibly can. If they ever crash early in the lap and they've got to limp their way back, they need as much time as they possibly can. Oh, what's going on here? There's a yellow flag came out briefly there for Rodriguez as he's trying to get round one of the GT4 cars. Yeah, one of the GT4 cars is getting out the way, lifts off the throttle, lets them on through quickly. Sometimes it's better for everyone to do that. It's less pressure on you as a driver if you're in the slower car. And it just means that then you're not being overtaken somewhere daft and not having, someone's not getting frustrated and trying to go up the inside, so you can just let them through at an easy position and then go on from there. But so you don't actually have to do that. That is just a bit of common courtesy, which does blow some people's minds. It tends to blow F1 fans' minds that you don't have to get out the way for everyone else. Bit more V10 goodness from the 121 car. Armentario. It does sound absolutely fantastic. I know I was asked earlier on about, like how certain cars weren't here, that people were saying there wasn't a Lexus, there wasn't a GTR, and obviously there wasn't a Mercedes. Surprised not to see any Mercedes, if I'm honest. I know entirely why the Lexus and the GTR weren't here. I think because the Lexus is absolutely awful in the rain. It's one of those cars that it relies a lot more on mechanical grip as opposed to aero. It's one of the older series of cars, very similar to the GTR. The GTR very heavy wear on the tyres, so on a circuit like this it isn't necessarily what you want. You want something that can manage the tyres a bit better. You don't want to be getting to the end of it. Nice, and a good morning there from the official Assetto Corsa YouTube channel. Good morning to you. It's very wet. There you go. So everyone at home, I do hope you get involved in this one. Will Luke Whitehead finish the 24 hours solo? I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to give it a vote for yes, just to get one on, because he's just an absolute animal. So be very interesting to see how that one goes for everyone. Right, let's see if any of these gaps are closed up a bit, see if we can't get a bit of a battle going on. Obviously, it's been a long old race. Everyone is very, very spread out at this time. Jumping quickly on board with the Fun Tech Racing. Another one of these screaming hot cars. So for the moment, everyone fairly spread out. And so, like, everyone in, regardless of what position you're in, just getting this far in the race is absolutely astounding. One person that, yeah, does deserve a bit more of a tip of the hat, I think, is Luke Whitehead, who is currently still running in 3rd place. Continuing to keep going. There's over a minute gap between him and 2nd place, so there's nearly a minute and a half between them. So I somewhat doubt he is going to be able to go there. Got more rain coming in a minute. Track is still in the wet stage as well, so but our current leader, so there we go, Pulowski. ITB Racing, car number 7, that has just been dominating this race. The middle third of this race has pretty much just been their race to lose. They've been absolutely doing fantastically. They've managed to dominate the dry, the wet, traffic, free running, all of it. I haven't really seen them put a foot wrong the entire time. The car is looking absolutely battered, covered in battle scars, filth, bits of random tyre. Surprisingly clean inside this car. The windscreen of this car does not look as bad as I was expecting to see as some of the other cars we've seen. We've seen a fair few of them that have just been absolutely destroyed. I think the number 51 Ferrari is one of those cars where the windscreen honestly looks like it's been through a blender. And 2nd place runner, Bastian Reiter, Unicorns of Love, also still going hard as they go round the carousel. 56 cars still going at the moment. So 56 teams still out there battling it out. It has been a long old road getting here, and they still have so far to go. You look at the time, it says 6 hours. You'd be thinking to yourself, gosh, 6 hours is a long time to go for, but they've already done that 3 times over. So it's it really is impressive going so far. Again, you get a bit of an idea of just how hard these drivers are still going. It is just ridiculous to see how fast, how consistent these drivers are, even after such a long period of time. As we said earlier on, Luke Whitehead is one of those drivers that has done it all on their own as well. No one else has been in his car. It is just Luke Whitehead. Yeah, I have no idea how. Somehow maintaining the pace. Oh, a bit of a mistake there, though. I do think the more we watch, the more we're starting to see the odd little mistake. He's still with us enough to rectify them, but he's starting to make the mistakes, which isn't very common for Luke Whitehead. He's normally a bit of a robot. He is the human calculator. Does it all on the go, but I think we are starting to see a few little glitches in the system. And here comes the fresh rain. So just when you thought, oh goody, it's starting to dry up a little bit, here comes the rain again, and it is now going to be hammering down right on the back of the car in front. They do move out the way. I think they know who it is. I think everybody in the race is now aware that Luke Whitehead is on his own. So one, they don't want to be the person that takes them out. And two, I think they're probably aware that that man is incredibly tired by this point. And probably needs a good cup of tea and a sit down. Well, probably not a sit down at this point, actually. He probably wants to stand up. He probably never wants to be on his bum ever again after he's been in his racing seat for so long. I certainly hope he's got a comfy bucket seat at home. If not, I think he definitely deserves one after this one. I think, you know, anyone watching that wants to get in touch with him and make sure he's got a comfortable chair, I think this would be your best opportunity to get him a chair. So again, the battles have just sort of levelled off a little bit at this time. Got Tim Decker. Oh, we've got a yellow flag out. What was this? Oh, that was down at turn 2. And that is Don Monardo. Car number 33. And they have had an incident there. So jump aboard with Tim Decker, who is in a GT3 car. Fair bit of damage to that Porsche though. Catching up with, and that is Pumpinen in the Porsche Cup car. So they look very similar, but they are in fact different cars. Now I thought by this point we would have seen him catch up, but obviously just struggling a little bit in the wet. Still the closest thing to an overtake I think we're going to see in a little while. We've got a couple of cars that are closer, but they are of the same class, so the likelihood of those cars catching up with each other as quickly is a bit less. I wonder how much damage Tim Decker is actually carrying though in the pit speed racing car. He is still slowly but surely bringing the times down though. Again, this is one of those circuits where it's not like a short lap where you think to yourself, great, I've got, let's say, somewhere between 5 and 10 opportunities to gain my advantage and go for an overtake. On this track, it changes everything. It's just so long. The track is so long that you don't get to do the thing of, oh yeah, I'm really good in turn 2. I can keep gaining loads of time there, because turn 2 is a tiny drop in an ocean. There is nothing. There's so many turns. I can't remember how many it was now. It's a ridiculous amount of turns. I did have this information and then for some reason forgot to open my file with it all in there. But it is just, there's so many opportunities to gain an advantage, but there are also so many opportunities to lose your advantage that it becomes a mental battle. Your adrenaline is running towards the end of every lap. Every time you're on a good lap, you get through the first sector and you're like, okay, that was a good first sector, brilliant.
then you're sort of going through that middle third of the circuit. You've made it through. You're on that long uphill stretch, and you know you've got the carousel coming up, and then again, the adrenaline's starting to run a little bit. You're thinking to yourself, right, this is going well. I'm gaining on the guy in front, or I'm escaping the guy behind me. Great. Then you get into that third sector. Possibly the hardest bit of the circuit. It's demanding. It's all the way through, all the way to the end. Lots and lots of twisty turns, and if you mess them up, any of them up, then you tend to go off the racing line, and that's that whole lot done. So holding it together can be really difficult, and especially this late in the race, you want to push as hard as you possibly can, but at the same time, you don't want to throw away everything you've done getting to this point. Now, Tim Decker is about half the gap forward to Pumpinen. The little squabble we were keeping an eye on back a little bit further back, that is still the same between Weffer and Leon. So no change there yet. And up the top, things have levelled off pretty convincingly. Not a great deal going on right at the front. Reiter is pulling away from Whitehead though, and his lap times are significantly quicker. If we look at the last lap times, Reiter was doing an 8 minutes 32 and Whitehead was doing an 8 minute 36, so that is about 4 seconds a lap. He's getting away from Whitehead, which, I mean, to be honest, isn't the biggest issue at the moment. Luke Whitehead realistically was going to struggle to catch anyway, and he's still outlapping everyone behind him, so he's all right in that respect. So let's jump on board. This is Bastian Offerman, car number 255 for Low Fuel Motorsport, chasing after the back of Thomas Reeder, car number 76. Now this could be a nice little tasty battle building up for us here. 1.5 seconds between them. Both GT3 cars, both very quick GT3 cars. I think they've been out a little while. Seeing a couple of cars popping into the pits now. Well, to be fair, Offerman, according to this, was 10 seconds slower last lap, but he's somehow right on the back of him. So what happened there, I'm not sure. It was 8.36 versus an 8.46, so unless this was a bit of an outlap, so you get that extra added time. Oh, I think there was a big slide there from Reeder in front. Let's have a little jump on with Reeder as well. Sim RC endurance car, looking resplendent in yellow and blue. I know it's not SpongeBob colours, but for some reason in my mind it is kind of SpongeBob colours. So, bang on, 6 hours of the race left to go. So, 3/4 done, 1/4 left to go. 6 whole hours of racing. That's basically the length of an entire endurance race. Oh, big slide there from Reeder. You get an idea of just how wet it is out there. And we're going to jump on the dashboard of the low fuel motorsports car. Luckily, at least it's daytime now, so you can see a little bit better. Continuing to push, push, push.
see the Aston actually is a little bit stronger on this part of the track. Again, we saw under braking the BMW is very, very, very good. And we've seen a couple of times the Aston looks a bit unsettled. Still, liberal use of those painted curbs, even in the wet in the BMW. Some big brave stuff. Someone definitely ate their Weetabix this morning. And Bastian Offerman is on the attack. Through the carousel once again. I imagine the drivers at this point are probably a little bit fed up with the wet and they just want some dry running. Anyone that's got a wet setup is loving it, but anyone that's got a predominant dry setup is going to be seriously, seriously struggling. Second between these two drivers now as you look forward from inside number 255. You can see just how wet it is. You know the rain is going to be continuing to fall longer as well. And no doubt it will be on Reeder's mind that he knows that Offerman is closing up behind him. He knows he wants to try and hold on to that position, and it's whether or not he can. Here's a possible overtake coming up. You've got all the but it was nearly all the Porsches in one. It's not. It's a Cup car. It's GT4 Mercedes, and then it's a GT3 Porsche. All of these cars looking slightly worse for wear, especially these two now at the back. Cup car still sounding absolutely fantastic, wailing its way around the circuit. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they can actually close up that gap. Oh, the Offerman gap's come right down though. Less than half a second between them, absolutely flying now. Can he do anything here? 3 corners left to go. There's 1. There's 2, and he's not going to be able to do it this lap. Can he do anything into turn 1? It's going to be a case of who gets the better run. We've seen the way the Aston manages to pull away every single time. It's got a ridiculous amount of pace. So in about 20 minutes time, there'll be a bit of a switch over for us. And I will be leaving the booth. And then JSR and I believe Chromadex are coming in. So John and Christian. So being treated to, it would seem like one last battle. Oh, a bit wide there. And Thomas Reeder definitely was not where he thought he was going to be on the circuit when that happened. Look over that rear wing as they go down towards the hairpin. Whoa, a little bit deep there though from the BMW. Lost a lot of time. Who is going to be bravest here though? Through the Schumacher S's. And another battle finally starting to heat up. Felix Arndt versus Gillison. Ferrari versus Ferrari. We've got 2 of them on the go at the moment. Also got Tim Decker chasing up the back of the Porsche Cup car. This is for position on track. Oh, and through comes one of the other GT3 cars. I think that Porsche is carrying a significant amount of damage. Don't think it's going to be able to make short work of the Cup car. The Cup car, by all means, is not a slouch. Oh, and there we go. One of the battles we were watching. Bischoff jumps into the pits. Can he do it here? A little bit more to go. You can see the way the Porsche is struggling to catch up with the back of the Cup car. It should be able to make light work of it, but I think it's just a case of that damage to it is holding it back significantly. Obviously, this is for position overall. They might be in different classes, but over the line, they'll still be slightly different. And they will not want to give up the position. And, you know, the sort of the glory of being in a lower class car and beating GT3s, you know, is something you want to take home. So by all means, it isn't a racing class, but they do not have to give up and just let it on through. Well, looks like car number 11 with a yellow flag there. Ooh, and in the middle of the circuit. Bad place to be. Finally getting themselves going. That's Fisher Racing Team. Salute. So back on with the battles that are live and kicking. Oh, car number 42 as well now with the yellow flag. What is going on there? See if we can catch them. Oh, that is... That's the number 42, and now they're going to get going. That's the Bentley again. Are they going to get it going again? Possibly not the most professional thing to do in the world, but I am going to give a shout out to my wife and small child, Jasper and Zoe, who have been putting up with me commentating from 11 o'clock at night till now, until 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to give a quick shout out to those two for being incredibly understanding. Yeah, massive shout out to you guys. Thank you ever so much. And thank you to everyone at home that's kept me awake throughout the evening. I know we were quiet for a little while. But at this point, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to a cup of tea and lying face down on the floor and passing out. Yeah. So yeah, coming up soon in the next sort of 20 minutes, it is going to be there's going to be a change of commentator. So JSR, anyone with LFM will definitely know that man. He's the GOAT of sim racing commentary. Oh, there's a mistake, and now we might finally see a little bit of action. Here we go, got Scuderia Ferrari, car number 51, right on the back of Arndt, car number 77. That's the Firefly Esports car, and there was a big mistake there, and they've managed to recover. But they are now being absolutely mobbed. Like a child with an ice cream at the beach, they are being mobbed by seagulls. But this time it is not seagulls, it is Gillison in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. The pressure is definitely mounting, and as we said before, they've already done
a gigantic amount of racing already. The last thing I want to do is give up a position, but this might be it. They might drop outside the top 5 unless Firefly can really pull something out the bag. They keep making little mistakes, and there's another little small one. The car is being pushed to the absolute limit. The rain is still falling. Through the second carousel they go, flying through. And they continue to push, push, push. Continuing on, and now possibly in the tow. Are they going to be able to get their way in? It's going to be hard work, but they might just about be able to do it. Ferrari versus Ferrari. We've seen it a few times now. Seen it a fair few times where they managed to get the run, but it doesn't work. And also we've seen the Ferraris multiple times rotate here on these final few turns. We're going to stay on board with them and see what happens. Both of them make it through there. We've got multiple yellow flags up. Summerun, we've got them off. They've rotated. Whereabouts on the circuit is that? And now they're having to wait to see if they can rejoin. They can, but the car is not looking overly healthy. And so for another complete lap, Firefly leads the way. Still pushing on. Slightly different lines again through turns 1 and 2. And that is a corner that they really have only had 1 week to learn. It is one of those places where it's different to the circuit when you're racing it just as the Nürburgring GP circuit. They missed out the entire Mercedes complex, or the Mercedes Arena, I think it is technically called. Then this is a bit of the track they know quite well. Fly down the hill towards the hairpin. You see they're both on the wet, shortening the circuit as much as possible and also trying to look after those wet tyres. They're taking an absolute pounding up towards the Schumacher S's now. Big final push. Say final push as if it's the end of the race. It's nowhere near the end of the race. There's still 5 3/4 hours left to go. But everyone pushing as hard as they possibly can. And it's looking like Firefly are just about holding on to it for now. They cannot afford any more mistakes like they've had. They've had a few little ones. They cannot afford any more. We've got yellow flags out again. Who was that for? Someone... Oh, they have disappeared just as we were going to get them. That's kind of a 69, I think that was. Nothing seems to be going on there. Kind of a 69 seems to be okay. It had a yellow flag, but it is still circulating, so won't worry too much. Right. Let's jump on board. Let's have a look off the dash. Have a bit of a look what they can see. It's no longer raining, so at the moment just dealing with spray and the surface water. Again, if you're watching from home, do get involved in the poll. Will Luke Whitehead finish the 24 hours solo drive? Will he manage to do it? Got 194 votes. Let's try and get it to at least 200, shall we? It's only 6 more votes, but yeah, get involved. Let us know if he can do it or not. Absolute gargantuan task that he has put upon himself. Look at this poor man. Look at this poor man. He has been out on the track all by himself now for what feels like an eternity for him, I imagine. He is still lapping with the best of them. He's still absolutely flying out there. So do give him a bit of love. At least let him know it. Vote in the chat. Or whether you want to say no, he isn't going to do it. Either way, just do it. There you go. Over 200 votes already. Thank you ever so much, everyone at home. So back with the battle for 5th place. Arndt versus Gillison. Scuderia Ferrari Esports versus Firefly. Ferrari versus Ferrari. And these two taking it all the way to the end of my stint, which is absolutely fantastic.
Still pushing hard. Different lines now. You can see the Firefly going onto the wet, trying to cool those tyres down. So I wonder if Firefly is having a little bit more tyre temp issues. Have to see how the lap times go and continue on. Deal with this sort of first half of the circuit. It's just such a long track. It is ridiculous. I always kind of feel like it's broken up. It's kind of in two halves. There's sort of like there's a bit of a back straight uphill, and then there's the main straight itself. And I feel like that's the main splitter. Looking up the inside, car number 51 tries to get a bit of a switch. Can't do it. He's all over the back of him now, though. Maximum pressure being applied. Gillison got some very, very big names on the team he's racing with as well, and obviously out here to prove that he is as big as they are. Not that he really had anything to prove, but that is the way it is. You want to be as good for your team as you possibly can be. And again, you see Firefly dips out onto the wet, trying to cool the tyres down a little bit more. I doubt it's to break the toe, because it's not really in places where the toe is going to really give much of an advantage. Here we go. This is going to be the big telltale. Is Firefly going to stay in the wet, or are they going to stick to the racing line? Pretty much on it at the moment. Again, though, Gillison is going to have the run up the hill. Tries to straight line it as much as possible. Gillison now running on the wet stuff, though. Trying to get those tyre temps down a little bit as well. Maybe just trying to reduce them enough before they go into this final big sector. Still continuing to push. Going to be on the brakes pretty hard. Again, two very, very equal cars. Two very, very well-raced and well-versed drivers. So there's not going to be a lot between them. It is going to be a case of who makes a mistake first. And we saw a few from Firefly a couple of laps ago. That seems to have levelled off. So whether or not it's been a case of a couple of slaps to the cheeks and resettled the brain for Arndt, but something has happened there. They've managed to regain it, but still Gillison is 100% on the attack. Continuing to go at the back of the Firefly esports car like a seagull on a pack of chips. Gliding their way through this section. Again, this is the kind of time where you're going to have absolutely masses of pressure on your shoulders. You don't want to make a mistake. We've got another little race going on further back as well. We're going to try and cut to that one. So this, I believe, that's 4th position, but they're not in the same class, so we won't worry too much. That's almost a dead cert overtake. Romanenko versus Nowicki. Nowicki are leading Porsche Cup car. So still, Gillison has not been able to get past. He is mobbing the back of the car. Firefly still holding onto it. Track is still wet, but it's now looking like it's going to be continuously dry for the next 30 minutes. So you've got at least 30 minutes of continuous drying to the circuit. Still continuing to apply the pressure. Let's jump on board with Arndt. Let's have a look over that rear wing. You get an idea of how much pressure is going to be on them. Looking over that rear wing, feeling that pressure. So continued sun at the moment, which is absolutely great to see. And I don't think I'm going to get to see the end of this battle, which is a bit of a shame. As we are going to be changing over in just a moment. So before I wrap this one up, and there we go, they come into the pits anyway, so it hasn't really mattered in the long run. But there we are, never mind. We thought we were going to get to see it all the way to the line, and we never did. I never got to see the overtake, but that is just the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, I want to say a huge shout out to everyone that's been at home. It's been absolutely fantastic. You've all been really great in the chat today. There is obviously going to be a little changeover in just a moment or two. Right, so from me, I want to say a massive thank you and a goodbye. The racing is going to continue on. JSR is going to be with you in just a second, so you shouldn't see any change to the stream. It should still be in the same place. We'll do a bit of a flawless overlap. But thank you ever so much for joining us this evening, and all night as well. Thank you ever so much, and we will see you on the other side of the change.
Welcome back then, everybody, to the remaining 5.5 hours of the 24 hours of Nordschleife. Tim Lund seeing you through the night shift and doing an absolutely wonderful job of that as well. Of course, we've had myself, John Watts, in the commentary box at the beginning. Nathan Ritchie stepping in last minute to cover some shifts as well. Tim Peck joining me for the first few hours, and then Tim Lund working wonders through the night to give you all of this coverage of this incredible race. And as you had already noticed in the chat, the drama, Felix Iron actually comes across with a slow GT4 car, the drama is continuing all the way until the very end of the race, because at 30 minutes time we have rain once again on the way, and I'm sure it's going to be a very, very busy time in all of that. I cannot believe it, because I have been having a bit of rest. I did the opening few hours at the beginning of the race, was controlling cameras until around 2 o'clock in the morning, and then got a little bit of shut-eye. But what I cannot believe is the fact that, first of all, we still have some on-track battles, which is always brilliant to see, even after, what is it now? Quick maths, 18.5 hours of endurance racing at one of the trickiest challenges in motorsport, real or virtual, that we still have on-track battles between some of these cars, which is absolutely mega. And I think also, maybe even more impressively than that, that this man, Luke Whitehead, who has been solo. I mean, there's me saying that I've had a bit of a tough time with amount of hours on the stream. This man has had a whole nother battle to face. That's that Porsche looking probably about as grubby as Luke Whitehead does at this point after 18.5 hours worth of driving. A magnificent job taking on all of the different thrills and challenges that this race has thrown at the Veloce Esports driver so far. Currently right now still holding on to a podium position, which is an absolutely mega feat into its own. So amazing stuff there. Did also see some requests for some cameras, and if you do have any specific cars, any drivers, any teams that you want to look at, then do give a shout, and we shall see what we can do. But I think we will head on over to this fight for 24th position between Tobias Muller and Brian Anderson, the number 33 Don Menardo racing Ferrari. This car's been a little bit of strife, especially in the nighttime hours. I think it was Gottsmeister as they head over that jump. Always incredible to see the cars through that. Yeah, I think Gottsmeister, he ran into a few issues over the course of the night, a few spins, a couple of bits of contact with the wall, but it's good to see that they're still going, still holding top 25 positions, which is a very good effort overall when you consider we had this 70-car grid. And I did also see those requests for a hood cam, and I think with a bippity boppity boo, there we go. We can go on board the front nose of the number 33 car. Now, interestingly, actually, I think it was when we were riding on board with one of the Firefly racing cars earlier on, that in the thick of the rain, we could see that the windscreen wiper had not been deployed, and that's because the POV for driver would have been a bit like this, although we've just got on board with a big spin to catching the grass before heading out onto the back straight. You could see just a small margin just drifting a little bit wide, understeering on the exit, trying to get the nose tucked in, but the aero wash from the Ferrari ahead, unfortunately causing Tobias Muller to spin out there, and I've been back in the commentary box for approximately 5 minutes, and I've already managed to commentate a curse somebody, so I think we'll just move along to a different car. This always feels like a bit of a concerning thing, because it feels like after a commentator curse someone, that I'm almost choosing my next victim by looking somewhere else in the server, which is really not what I'm trying to do. But we'll optimistically head for a bonnet cam of this man, Finn Wiebelhaus, for Renwells and Esports. Now, he's just been overtaken by Christopher Hoffman, who seems to be on a bit of a charge in these conditions. As though I need to quickly have a look at this map, because we've had a spin for the Restec Reparto Corsa car, the 104 Ferrari. Of course, we are in these slightly odd transitional conditions as it stands at the moment, where we have got, this, we're coming out of wet territory. Circuit is still drying out as it stands, but in 30 minutes we then are going to have that increase in rain as well, so a bit of an odd one in all of that, and a very interesting one to try to take on from a strategic perspective as well. See, cheers for the 121 car. I do believe that car just may have made a move not too long ago. I think Brian Anderson may have made a mistake somewhere in the lap. We'll try to see if we can capture that on our replay and see how Alexander Lubavatsky in the Audi was getting on. So you can see, yeah, he was sitting behind the 712 car not too long ago. Comes out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight. It's going to be a simple move down in towards the first turn. I have to wait and see, because he's gaining in the slipstream, but I have a feeling surely at this sort of distance either sends it from down, or it's going to be a mistake. And no, he sends it from down. Very nicely spotted on the apex. Absolutely nails the braking zone and dispatches of the Ferrari driver very, very quickly. So, job well done from the 121 car. Continues on, of course, that car is not exactly the easiest of times, as we've got yellow flag. I think that's someone in the pit lane, though. There's been a few moments, a couple of really heavy impacts, I think, for this car as well. Up into 24th position. They do have a mighty amount of time they need to try to recover, though, if they want to close the distance of a 9.06 of Volta Neuwirth. You can see Delta a little bit up and down, so maybe not entirely representative, but I do think there is at least around maybe half a lap or so that they've got to try to close up. So, bit of work to do, but Armenterio have got themselves dialed in. Clearly, driver right now feeling confident under brakes with what you need at the Nordschleife, but Of course, with that threat of rain on the way, who knows what may happen in the laps to come. We've also got potentially a fight developing for P9. Marco Bischoff for Sprout Esports versus Noe Sally Vasquez Rodriguez in the ST Racing BMW. You can see both these cars coming offline at the moment as trying to cool their tyres on the remaining damp patch. You can see that dry line very visible from the distance. And can we have the GT4 order? Of course you can. So GT4 leader in class, although I think I may wait for this overtake because Marco Bischoff is approaching the BMW like an absolute freight train down the inside. Under the bridge they go with the overspeed and the shorter distance. Surely is going to get the move done, very nicely put together from the 717 car, and dispatches on the BMW, gets their way back up into P9. Of course, this is a car that was running around inside the top 5 for a lot of the first half of the race, but now have been trying to climb their way back up the order, and that SC Racing BMW comes back into the pits. For these cars going into the pits right now, it's also likely that this next batch of rain is going to land a little bit awkwardly. Yellow flag as well for Felix Arndt, who looks to maybe be going a bit slowly. He is going very slowly indeed. Got the Petrol Brothers Aston Martin fast approaching on the scene, so something seems to have happened to Felix Arndt. He has got himself back up to racing speed now, but we'll try to see what on earth happened to the number 77. We've got a couple of different fights, actually also Sim RC fast approaching Grant Correcas. Actually, they've got the position, so we'll try to catch that in a moment. There, catches the grass and a heavy impact with the wall as well. Several collisions and taps actually into the barrier, and there was where we rejoined the number 77 car after the impact. But that is a heavy, heavy bit of damage. And also, we're going to have to try to catch a replay of the overtake between the Sim RC car and also Grant Correcas, because these guys have just swapped around. Also, it must be said, Sim RC have had an absolutely incredible comeback through the field. Bearing in mind, I think on the very first lap of this race, they were well out of contention. They ran into some sort of form of incident, and they were very far down the order. Now, running was, so you could see, so Grant Correcas quite a distance ahead of the Sim RC car. This is Toby Kraus on board this one. Now, we're going to see a mistake from Grant Correcas, of course, an absolutely formidable driver in the Case King Pro Team. Oh, okay. Right. Well, in some form or another, if we connect the dots a bit, I believe they got a better exit and they went up the inside through the fast right-hander. But one way or another, the Aston Martin getting the position done and already extending that gap up 3.5 seconds. Whilst we head over to the GT4s, Williams, Dara McCormack end up being very unfortunately involved in one final incident for the number 420 car. I believe it was with a Porsche GT4 around the halfway point of the lap, and just one of those kind of unfortunate miscommunications, placement of the cars as well, and the 420 car did end up being taken out of the running, and then they decided to take the car back to the pits, and that was their day done and dusted. While we catch up with the GT4 as Luke Whitehead, oh my goodness, that's something that will wake you up. He's been driving for over 18.5 hours now, and coming flat out around the corner to find the GT4, nudging his way over to the racing line. Thankfully, Kevin Lamb for SGL Esports managing to get themselves back into good running once again, as also apparently 3 punctures for a certain team. So Shelmo, which team are you a part of for that? And obviously, I mean, that is something that quite a few teams seem to run into. So obviously quite a unique challenge for a lot of these drivers, and different things, you know, but they're facing around the Nordschleife. Of course, it has so many unique qualities, as we've said on a number of occasions. But to run through your GT4 order, that Aidan Walsingham, the number 75 car, the Veloce Esports car, that started at the very back of the grid, and has run into a bit of strife on a couple of occasions. They've got a pretty comfortable lead as it stands now, well over, I think they're almost a full lap now clear of the rest of their class. But Matej Malinowski, I think around the 8-hour mark, if memory serves correct, ran into an interesting point of the race, had a double rear puncture, and Matej was, to be honest, flying with that double puncture. Did get caught and lose the lead briefly, but the real damage was done when they spun around at the second carousel and then managed to get themselves dialed in once again and use that pace that got them to the top of the GT4 class to pull away and cement themselves into P1 in the GT4 standings. P2 right now is for Primey Racing. They've been in that position for a while. The 177 crew, Malta Busing in the Porsche Cayman GT4, followed by Kevin Schwartz for Get Quick E Racing. Makes up your top three with number 63 Mercedes AMG. Now, interestingly, the amount of Mercedes that we had at the pointy end of the GT4 order was the the Mercedes, and it was very much a car that looked like it could be a dominant force in this GT4 class, but McLaren and Porsche make up those top two spots before a bit more of a Mercedes-dense field. We then have the next to the Mercedes, Louis Petzol for BTL Racing. Yellow flag, a very off point around. That is Tobias Muller, who somehow found himself stranded right across the middle of the circuit on the back straight. This is number 33 car that has had a bit of a torrid day. I can hear a car coming. Oh my goodness. Okay, thankfully it's a GT4, so it had a bit longer before it was arriving on the scene. But Tobias Muller having a very odd incident by the looks of it on the back straight. Has managed to get going again. I don't know if they had contact with the wall. We'll try to catch up with what happened. We'll continue to run through the GT4 order in just a moment. I believe there is also a pit wall being run as it stands at the moment. So if you want a full breakdown of the order, then you can have a look at that. We're going to have a bit of a gander at what happened to Tobias Muller. So all is well at the moment. Nothing untoward. This feels like it could be a hardware-related issue at this point. And you can... Oh dear. Yeah, that would be it. You could hear in it. I think the pedals have become disconnected. I think everything's become disconnected. He's just gone straight into the wall. Nothing he could do. And then by the time he's got the hardware back online, the damage has been firmly done. But thankfully does manage to avoid having any collision with further cars. But that is very frustrating. Frustrating thing to add to this team's race. They have had a little bit of a difficult time, it must be said, as I think we've got Philip Gamay in P14 at the moment, trying to go for an overtake, losing a bit of time behind the GT4 car. As a result, Christopher Hoffman managed to escape out of the clutches of the petrol driver's Aston Martin in just a moment. And so it was the number 70 car in a GT4 class. So currently we have Michael Croker behind the wheel for Rebellion Autosports. P47 overall, which when you consider this 72 car grid with a dominant proportion of GT3s, that's pretty good going for a GT4 car. And in class, if I do a little bit of quick counting, that I do believe that is... And now we're testing my math skills after not a great deal of sleep. I think they're P9 in class overall, so running inside of a top 10 in the GT4 class. A very valiant effort for the number 70 crew with 5 hours 20 minutes left to go. We could also see the rain is being an interesting factor once again, because look at that. I think we had a bit more intense rain than that, originally scheduled for 30 minutes. So it looks like we may have some heavier rain on the way, and then dissipating down into some lighter rains. So really going a bit back and forth at the moment, and causing some grief for a lot of these cars in the field. Luke Whitehead has just brought himself into pit lane and managed to get himself back out on circuit again. Incredible effort once again, must be said, from this. Of course, you guys were voting to see if he would finish, and very nice and happy to say that 83% of you said that he would indeed reach the end of this race. And I almost don't want to point the camera at him too long, because based on what I did on my initial arrival into the server, I don't want to disturb anything all too much. Maricun, this isn't a battle between two Porsche Cup cars. It's GT3 versus the Cup car of Alexei Pompanen in the 992. So Pit Speed Racing making their way past on track. And continuing to press on in the order. How we found the race then? So far, everybody, of course, Nordschleife, a long anticipated circuit to come to ACC. And I think it has certainly been an absolute wonder. So many people enjoying it in the opening few days of it making its way out onto the sim. It was already a pretty incredible sim as it was, but with this Nordschleife DLC, it is something really quite special. And this race, I think, has been a perfect demonstrator of this one. A little bit of a wide moment for Marighan, just falling out of the carousel. And, you know, Nordschleife is one of those things where this circuit has so many kind of different, different unique challenges that aren't possessed around any other circuit, and every single corner has a danger to it. The curbs around here are very, very dangerous at the best of times. You've got those, unusual elements of camber. We may use the camber at other circuits. We do have circuits. Something that comes to mind, like the chicane, the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, for example. It's a very, very steep section, and very much about how you get yourself dialed in to those apexes, but there is something very unique about the quality and the sort of almost the tone and nature of the curves and camber here at Nordschleife. Philip Game for Petrol Brothers has gone around, has got going again, I think, clear of any additional incidents. So we'll try to see what happened to him. The 147 car was running fairly well paced to start with, maybe a little bit slow. You can see the GT4 car behind maintaining pretty good pace actually through a lot of the corners. Admittedly, is often the straights where the difference maker is actually between the pace of those cars. We'll see. Heading into this double left-hander. Anything happen to the 147 crew just yet? Not quite. Being fast approach though from the front. But oh my goodness, that will be it. One of the cars inside top 5, Firefly Esports, Renwelton, managing to just about squeeze their way on through. And Firefly Esports, I think it was. I'm fairly confident it was this guy. Yeah, they have lost a tremendous amount of time on this answer. Felix Arns had gone around off our screen, and the Petrol Brothers approaching the scene just almost blind and just clips the very rear corner of the car, unable to avoid further contact. And that was incredibly frustrating. Always been raced today, so we have multi-class here at the Nordschleife. We have GT3s, GT4s, and the Porsche Cup cars on circuit as well. Your GT3 class leader is currently ITV Racing. They've been leading for a very long time now. They have a 2-minute lead over Leon Otoki, currently in the Aston Martin for Unicorns of Love, and Luke Whitehead rounding out that top 3 of the GT3 class. Remember, for Team Solo YOLO, been in the car now for almost 19 hours straight. So that is your GT3 order. Porsche Cup cars, Porsche Cup car, especially in the hands of the ITB Racing team. The 325 car has been very close to the pace in relative terms to the GT3s. When you consider how long the lap is around here at the Nordschleife, these cars have only been lapping around 10 seconds slower than the GT3s. And currently with Navicki in this car, it hasn't all been plain sailing. They did have one moment in the middle of the night with a lot of heavy damage, but the lead of one of the GT4 cars goes a little bit wide. That's Navicki behind the wheel now, and they've managed to re-establish a very healthy lead over the next contender of that class. It is Alexei Pompanen who's just come into the pit for Clean Racing Finland. They're the ones that sit P2 in class with Giovanni Ionen in the Gladius competition car. And these Porsche Cup cars, we don't always see them all too often. And it is a glorious sounding car. I must admit, as the flat sixes of Porsches, I must admit that I do absolutely adore them. I'm also quite a big fan of a lot of the V8s as well. The Lexus in the game, the Aston Martin as well. The gear shift on that car is absolutely incredible. And, those are some really good tones as well. But there's just something about Flat 6 for me. It just feels like it harmonizes the best of both worlds. It kind of got that, sort of raw, kind of almost kind of, throaty grunt to it, but at the same time it has that really high-pitched aggressive whine. You might get out something like a Ferrari or, maybe even, other engines that have got more cylinders. So it's a really lovely combination of sounds. But how many times has it rained so far? To be entirely honest, I don't 100% know. I was away for about 6 hours worth of racing in the night, but I think we've had about 2 showers since then. Meanwhile, Tobias Muller, the number 33 car, has gone around again, trying to get themselves pointing in the right direction, not having the easiest time of it whatsoever. Oh dear, this is turning into a right hazard on the circuit. Has managed to get back underway, and there we go. We'll try and see what happens for the number 33 car. Like I say, this is a car that had run into quite a bit of strife overall. They're still P27 on the server, which is not too shabby when you consider the circumstance they've been running into as they make their way around the circuit. We'll see where the moment kicked off for them. But I think in terms of how many times it's rained, it took quite a few hours into the race until we got the first batch of rain. As still all well and good, I have a feeling, is there going to be contact with the BMW? That's the 255 crew. Nope, managing to get through cleanly. But I think it's going to be in this next corner. There you go, back end just completely lets go. Straight into the barrier. And heavy, heavy contact for the number 33 car there. So frustration for Tobias Muller. But yeah, it was a fair few hours until the first batch of rain came on through. But since then, it really feels like we've had kind of almost a bit of rain every 1 to 2 hours in this race. So I think we're probably up to around maybe 8 or 9 different batches of well, that's probably a bit excessive actually. Probably about 6 batches of rain so far of varying in intensities and periods. Luke Whitehead we have here running around for P3 as it stands at the moment. That Porsche's accumulated quite a significant amount of dirt over the course of the race, as you'd expect after being around this circuit for quite so long. Keeping everything together though, and all fine and good. And I also saw Christopher Hoffman looked like he was closing in on a potential battle on track with Finn Wiebelhaus up ahead in the number 72 Ferraris. Brought that gap down to about a second. The Aston Martin dealing with these transitional conditions a little bit better than the Ferrari ahead as it stands at the moment. Christian, hello, welcome to those rejoining perhaps from the overnight period of the race. A little bit of an awkward line for Hoffman on the exit of that corner. Seems to have continued okay though, so hopefully not too much of an issue there. But for internet, I daren't even ask, is there anyone that has remained with us during the night portion of the race? I think you'd be about as brave as Luke Whitehead if you have. But for all of those that have been with us on the stream so far, and it's been an absolutely incredible one to that. Thank you so much for the amazing support. It's been an incredible day of racing so far, and it is continuing. Amir Hosseini now on the inside on the Grand Prix layout of the Nordschleife. This is where a lot of the overtakes tend to get done. I think that was number 70 car we were looking at earlier, running into a bit of a moment, but thankfully not causing any issues amongst the GT3s, and Hosseini goes on through up into P4. Overall, I think though we have had a couple of cars come into the pits, so may not be the overall, there may not be quite a representative position. We'll have to see when they look to serve their next stops. As yellow flags inside the pit lane at the moment. The Sprout Esport car, I believe, has come into the pits as well. And is it real world weather? I don't believe so. I think we just have fundamentally, we've got changeable conditions here at the circuit. as we've had a mixture of dry and rain. But realistic in terms of what you would probably expect to see over 24 hours of racing at this time of year. Ever Nordschleife, it's very, very changeable. That's as it's like for weather. It does, well, certainly, I think there's been quite a few storms over Europe, and certainly has been quite representative on that front. And Jardier is in the car currently. Indeed, he is sitting P11 for his team number 39 car, as his actual fact is about to be lapped, I believe, from your race leader. Currently, Pavlovsky behind the wheel of that car. I'm sure Jardier is going to allow this car to go by on the back straight. And see, the BMW has had a huge amount of straight line speed all day. That's not the camera angle I was looking at. That's the one I wanted in the slipstream, and easier to like. The Ferrari 296 isn't always the most powerful or most aerodynamically trimmed in terms of these straights, so kind of it's been a bit of a theme that the BMW has been the one to watch on this back straight. It has also made it just a little bit easier to dispatch of other cars when they, whenever they've been trying to go for overtakes, dealing with traffic, things like that. Having that extra bit of power to your arsenal is really a blessing, because around the Nordschleife, that when the Nordschleife, when you have a car where your performance is locked into the corners, for 90% of the circuit, it's fundamentally, it's kind of almost single file territory. Even sometimes we've quite often seen that with the likes of trying to get through traffic, GT3 versus GT4, cars that have a very, very major performance difference around here, where you have, 40 to 50 seconds per lap difference in dry conditions. And even then, when you do have a car where all of your performance is kind of locked into the corners, it is a little bit tricky to sort of make your way by. I think we may have had a small off for Jan Joog for the Petrol Brothers Aston Martin. The car seems to have been in a bit of spot of bother over the last few laps, trying to see if there was anything happening there. You see, still catching some of the spray. Goes a little bit offline and then catches the grass. Very slippy out there. Oh my goodness, well read from the Ferrari to leave a little bit of extra space as the 147 was trying to rejoin as safely as they possibly could. Thankfully, manages to get back underway again and sets off on their way. Still P16 overall in actual fact. What's that full position? It was. So Mattia Zampedri for ResTech now gets that car up into P15. You can see now we do have rain on circuit. And it does look like, if we take a bit of a look around the other portion of the track, for example, the rain has swamped the circuit in full force and very much is already causing a bit of grief. And I wonder, the circuit is damp. Oh, this is awkward though. The wet tyres, they don't need to, by the looks of it, last very long on this occasion. Because we are going to actually be heading into dry territory relatively soon. But it's certainly going to be a bit awkward for the likes of Pavlovsky on board. And speaking actually on board with him, let's go on board with exactly what he is facing. So this is slick tyres running now for your race leader. And of course GT3 class leader with that as well. Still monstering a lot of the curves when you have the weather hitting the circuit. It's really interesting how you try to tackle it. Of course, you try to stay on the dry portions of the track, try to avoid any puddles. We're not seeing any puddles just yet, but we may do in 10 minutes time when the rain starts to intensify. Want to stay away from the slippy stuff, the white lines, a lot of those curbs on the apexes, the grass as well. Is all very dangerous territory around this circuit. But they're also, in that middle sector, you still sometimes do want to take a chunk of those curves. So when you can, ride, the curb, there is a benefit to really chopping across them, especially in these GT3 cars, where they really can take a lot of the curve. You can see, you could tell Pavlovsky struggling to get the car stopped there and trying to find his feet with these changing conditions. And spot his new adjusted braking points. Phenomenal job so far from the number 7 crew. But you'll see, yeah, maybe not taking quite as much curb as they were previously in that, but still taking a decent amount of it, because it does open up the corner, and it means that you don't have to rely quite so much on the front axle's grip to make your way on through the apex and the rest of the line. Meanwhile, Jan Jog, in these conditions, the Aston Martin coming alive a bit and applying the pressure to the back of Zampedra. Of course, mistake not too long ago for the Aston Martin, now applying a great deal of pressure to the back of the 104 car. Unable to make his way through as it stands. And he locks himself under the rear wing over the jump. Let's see what he can do. And yeah, Luke Whitehead still P3. He was P2 for a very long time. And that's going to be awkward for Zampedra. The GT4 running wide onto the grass. Manages to avoid any further contact. But right now, it's the closest fight on circuit. Petrol Brothers locked into the slipstream. And trying to make a move in these conditions. So tricky. We are now in wet conditions as well. In actual fact, I think... I'm trying to have a look. So... go for a couple of these camera shots. So black sidewall tyres there, so you see this Aston Martin is on wet tyres and the Ferrari ahead is on slicks, and that's the difference. There's the performance difference as Jan Jog onto those wet tyres a little bit sooner. Now they start to come alive in these conditions as Zampedra struggling to keep it on circuit. It's going to be a long, long lap for some of these cars. For Zampedra, it's coming to an end fairly soon, but for the likes of Pavlovsky, perhaps a little bit of a strategic error from the ITB Racing Team. I mean, they have got time to work with, but dealing with those 6 tyres for a while is going to be very tricky indeed. They've got the PS Plus competition car fast approaching behind. That is Niels Narks, your recently crowned Pro Series champion, as someone's brought out the yellow flag, one of the Porsche Cup cars, I do believe, and that was the car that was running P3. So P3 in class for the Porsche Cup car. You can see running on slicks. Now remember, this car doesn't have TC. It has ABS, but it does not have any form of TC. Of course, the current era of GT3 racing that we're seeing at the moment. Oh dear, way too much speed on such a shallow line. Clips the wall, not once, not twice, not 3 times. But my goodness, and the marshal optimistically waving the yellow flag to let everyone know that there is an incident ahead. That I think the Porsche spiralling off into the wall would have probably demonstrated that to a sufficient extent. But the marshal doing his due diligence, and Giovanni moving on. But that's a lot of damage on board that car, and you can see how tricky this Porsche is to drive in these conditions. And in actual fact, well, if we head for a little bit of an onboard with this car, hear how tentative he's having to be. Really trying to squeeze the power on gently, because this is a very leery car. The best times in the Porsche, renowned for having the back end swing at the best of times. Now it's on slick tyres in the wet conditions. This is the problem. If you miss that pit window, you know, sometimes depending on where you are around the circuit, as I think one of the GT4 cars actually fast approaching one of the Porsche Cup cars, because GT4s, of course, maybe not quite as sophisticated as GT3, but they do have at least some electronics on board to help deal with conditions like this. But, you know, when the rain does start to hit, you don't want to be spending upwards of 8 minutes out on a circuit where your tyres are in a very, very difficult window, because these will likely be very worn out slicks as well for a lot of these drivers and teams. So, especially for such a short batch of rain, you probably do want to be going into the pits as early as possible, and even if that means actually going into the pits a little bit preemptively of the rain arriving, yes, your tyres will burn up a little bit. They won't be quite as good for the stint, but, you know, for almost a full lap's worth of trouble and all that danger risk of binning it into the wall, sometimes, you know, you do have to weigh up those things. That, of course, is, you know, one of the great wonders of endurance racing, that strategic element when you do have these changing conditions and fluctuations in rain levels. But equally, again, you know, obviously, and as admittedly it might sound like a bit of a broken record, but it, again, is one of the unique qualities about this circuit. Most places, you know, a lap time is, you know, maybe 90 seconds, If you've got a bit of a longer circuit, maybe looking at 2 minutes. You know, Spa is probably our kind of closest example to that. You know, and you know, a 2-minute lap time around there, maybe Bathurst as well. Yes, if you've got a suboptimal strategy or you're waiting for conditions to change, you've got a bit more flexibility. There's less consequence usually to maybe going either side of that sort of optimal transition point. Around here, it is very, very costly and sometimes a very, very big risk as well. So, very much an additional level of challenge, and especially when you've had what is now 19 hours of racing here at the Nordschleife. That it's, you know, the engineers, the drivers, I think will be tiring out just a bit as they try to make the right decisions at the right times. And it can be a tricky one to remain consistent over the course of the race. As you know, it's one thing just to keep yourself dialed in, hit your apexes, stay on your lines. It's a whole another beast to trying to make sure that all of those drivers, you know, even sometimes waking up on time. It's quite often a you know, something that unfortunately for one or two teams does tend to happen in these 24-hour races. They'll have a teammate who's due to step in for a stint, you know, maybe at the early hours of the morning. They've done a few hours of driving already and, you know, maybe had quite a long day. And unfortunately, sometimes you can end up in a bit of a scenario where they perhaps don't quite wake up. And you have the entire team trying to contact them over every means necessary, send a message via carrier pigeon as well, to desperately trying to get them to wake up. But unfortunately, sometimes to no avail. And that can always make life a little bit tricky. But as we see, Walter Boosing continuing on in the GT4 class, currently P2 in Classing C. Quite a chunk behind your class leader, Aidan Walsingham, for the Veloce Esports team. Also, as although the Delta's starting to regrow. Yeah, so in actual fact, they are in completely different parts of the circuit. For a second, it looked like either whether it be by pit stop or by incident that the gap between your race leader and the Unicorns of Lovecar with Bastian Richter now behind the wheel had suddenly closed up substantially, but not the case. As I said, it has to be of quite a major incident. They did have a huge advantage over the Aston Martin team. Of course, the Unicorns of Love, another very prestigious outfit, Richter, really stretching the performance envelope of Aston Martin to the limit. And interesting stuff. So you can see we're already in wet conditions, but the Aston Martin already trying to drive on to the wetter portion of the circuit, trying to keep those tyres as cool as possible, because in 10 minutes time the rain is due to stop and we will be heading into drier territory. And trying to keep those tyres alive during the second half of that transition phase can be very, very difficult. We saw, particularly for the GT4s, you know, maybe a little bit more, you know, mechanically orientated. They haven't got the aero really to the same level as the GT3s to be able to keep the back end of the car quite as planted. Same story for the Porsche Cup cars. That the likes of, you know, those cars do maybe tend to run into puncture territory with those overheating, overpressurized wet tires a bit more frequently than the GT3 cars do, just because of how much sort of relative work they are putting into the tires and how much they're asking from the tires. Of course, you have a lot more mechanical and dynamic load through suspension in those cars as well. The GT3s tend to run quite a bit stiffer, don't have so much kind of roll and change of load between the tires, because they don't need to load them up in quite the same way. So I think that's why we've seen that, you know, double punctures on the rear tires for some of the cars being a little bit more prevalent on to the slower classes, but still very much a risk that you want to stay out of running into for the GT3 class. As Richter make his way through the Schumacher S's, calm and collected as you like. We see Luke Whitehead out on circuit, coming across a little bit of traffic, unusual form of traffic. He has Grantas Correcas up ahead of him. You can see in the number 51 Scuderia Ferrari eSports car. Of course, these two for a while actually were in the same team. and have battled on circuit many, many a time as teammates as well as friendly rivals. And still a good amount of respect between these guys. You can see it looks like Koreka's just struggling a little bit. And I must admit, it might be a little bit disheartening, especially when it's you've raced against this your fellow competitor for so many times and been so close on many occasions, and the car behind you has a pace advantage after having driven 19 hours straight at Nordschleife. That Koreka's has done a few stints as well as we head on board that jump. So committed, even in these treacherous conditions. We can really see when we're this close to the ground that the spray off the car ahead and the overall dampness of the circuit alleviating quite heavily already. So I don't think it's going to be too long until we run into territory of the rain having stopped, and then these wet tyres starting to struggle just a bit. So Luke Whitehead following very closely, dips himself into the camber of this second little carousel, and impressively earlier the straight line speed of this Porsche was actually pretty handy. That's of course being a lap down. I'm sure Grant Koreka's won't fight too hard. Here a little bit of hesitation on the throttle from the number 55 car, but now as he locks his way in towards the slipstream, initially the detriment of the dirty air being a disadvantage, now being a benefit as he then works his way on by. Koreka's tucks his way back into the slipstream. Nothing he can do, surprisingly, against the straight line speed. But Lucas sharing his cockpit with his clones. Now that might explain it. We've been discussing now for a very long time in this broadcast how it's physically possible that Luke White has been managing to achieve this, and that might be the most logical explanation I've heard so far. Could equally be because I'm also quite tired myself, and so perhaps the reasoning sounds a bit more bit more logical than it otherwise would, but I'm willing to buy into that, to be honest. Luke Whitehead, obviously an incredibly talented driver at the best of times, but this really is a mighty, mighty feat. That's also for those that missed the beginning of the stream. And so Luke Whitehead is running with a special livery today. You may notice just on the very front of the hood there for the Porsche. I think it's also on the back as well. There is a bit of a nod to a furry friend that unfortunately he lost. It was his aunt's dog that I believe passed away just a couple of days ago, and Luke Whitehead celebrating the life of his good companion on his liveried Porsche. And what a show he has put on. Fighting spirit throughout this race, determined as well, and wishing him the very best of luck. I know that never meant to choose sides as a commentator in the comms box, and whilst it would be unfair to sort of wish him a position, but I must admit that he has very solidly earned a podium spot, and hopefully he will not run into incidents later on. He's had a couple of hairy moments and has managed to stay alert, and it would be quite the interview with this man. So I'd be curious actually to see how Luke, if we do have him in for a post-race interview, because Luke, I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but he's certainly one to provide a lot of detail to your questions, which to be honest I love. I must admit I'm a little bit of a waffler myself, but Luke always really gives such a thorough depiction of how his race has played out, and I'm very interested after over 24 hours of racing. I mean, I don't even know how long this man would have been awake, because you would assume that he didn't wake up 2 minutes before the race. So, after that amount of time being awake, that amount of time of concentration, that I'd be interested to see if his answers are any shorter than normal. So we shall see how he progresses on in the number 55 car, and see how he gets on for the remainder of this race. Currently no on-track battles on circuit as it stands, as we start to close in on the approach into the sort of dry phase of this hour. It looks like we won't have any rain potentially until we get to the 4-hour mark on that in-game clock. Also, a reminder to those in the chat, in just over 10 minutes time, we're making our way over to part 3 and the final part of the stream. I will be doing the transition myself, so there will be a brief a tiny bit of downtime. But the link for that is already pinned in the chat, so make sure that you've got that one brought up on your browser, on your phone, on your tablet, whatever you're watching on. Maybe even your TV, if you're one of those fancy people with a device that can class these other services that bring up that next stream. Ready for you to stay in touch with the action. Correct, I think was getting a little bit stuck behind some traffic in the background there, manages to make his way on past safely, but stay in touch with the action. Yellow flag out for the virtual drives by TX3 BMW. Don't see anything too alarming. Rain has now stopped on circuit, so dry territory approaching soon, and TX3 deciding to bite the bullet straight away, get themselves on to some slick tyres. The other thing as well is I'm interested, I don't know how often these guys would have been changing their brakes as well. In a race like this, I'm sure they would have had to change them at least once. I think for Bathurst, if memory serves, they were having to do brake changes, I think, maybe 3 or 4 times over the course of the race distance. Not something I have to do too regularly, because especially if, for those that are unfamiliar, I think if you have 4 sets of pads, 4 sets of brake pads in ACC. So you have brake pads 1, which are kind of your sprint-like brake pads, and they very much give you that peak level of performance. The 187 car has run into a spot of bother somewhere on the circuit. There you see it is the Yeet Sports AMG trying to cover their way just in front of the Gladys competition Porsche. See what they can do. Manage to rejoin, I think, fairly safely and get themselves going again. But brake pads 1, they tend to last for about 90 minutes, maybe at a stretch. You can do 2 hours with them, but really I don't think you want to do anything over 90 minutes as they do start to fade quite severely. Then you have brake pads 2. Those pads are pretty handy for about I think 3 hours or so. They'll get you through a decent amount of racing. And then brake pads 3, those are kind of your endurance set. Then you end up with about sort of 6 hours of life on that. And then do not put brake pads 4 on. I know that there was a time where there was some confusion on that front. They are effectively I mean, you can put them on, but just don't put them on thinking that they're going to really help you in terms of performance. Those are pads that are designed to simulate brake fade so that you can kind of test out the behavior of your setup and your car later in a race, but without having to do hours worth of running in order to get yourself to that point, if that makes sense. So you basically are able to kind of simulate those conditions, but without having to do that level of running, which can be quite handy sometimes to learn those different things. So to answer a couple of questions in the chat, I'm afraid you can't join this race, but this race is brought to you by the wonderful people at Low Fuel Motorsports, and also, of course, very grateful to 505 Games and Kunos for giving up this brilliant opportunity to put on this fantastic show alongside the Nordschleife DLC being released. So Low Fuel Motorsport, a matchmaking-based system in the world of ACC where you drivers have a skill rating. They also have, also known as an ELO, and they also have a safety rating as well. Then you can work your way up through different licenses, different classes, and participate, whether it be in daily racing style action or endurance races, more scaled up competition events as well. There's the Pro Series, which will be returning next week, where there are some prizes up for grabs in that. Also prizes available amongst a lot of other platforms and series as well. And, of course, everything Assetto Corsa, because Assetto Corsa just makes everything better in the world. That AC1 as well, of course, is integrated onto that platform. A delightful one of that is still going very strong. But, of course, this year being the year where its successor, long awaited, recently announced Assetto Corsa Evo, is on its way. And, of course, I think just like the Nordschleife, that will be a very, very highly awaited highly awaited game to arrive to the world of sim racing. And by the looks of it, I think we've got someone with a couple of rear punctures on board the BTL racing car. And that car was running P4 in class, so not ideal for the Mercedes. They've brought the yellow flag again, so I think that they are struggling quite a bit. They've got a long lap as well. And it really is a patience game when you end up in a scenario like this. We saw Malinowski trying to nurse his McLaren home earlier in the race. And you can see when you just push a little bit too hard. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. I can hear cars fast approaching. Thankfully, heads up driving. I think that was number 70 GT4 that made their way on through. And no contact there. Thank goodness. But and this is going to be a painful lap for Louis. Additional contact with the wall. You just really need to be taking your time. And in actual fact, decides to return to the pits. Doesn't fancy doing more of that. But what that does mean is that drops them down several positions. And in the process, yeah, they have lost another 3 positions in class. So frustrating stuff there for one of your GT4 cars inside of the top 5. And I can absolutely confirm it is not fake news that the Nordschleife has made its way to Assetto Corsa Competizione. It is here. It's been here for a few days now. The hype has been real. You know, rumours obviously were circulating for a bit of time, but the long-awaited, historic, incredible circuit has made its way to the platform and has been enjoyed by everybody for the last few days. A lot of drivers, of course, practicing for this event specifically and putting on an amazing show for us. That we could have some battles heating up inside the GT3 class potentially on the way. We've got Carniter pushing on in the BMW 595 as that's a class leader. The Porsche Cup car screaming away in the background. That's why I like the flat six. You just can't get away from it. You hear it from a country mile away. I think there was a year at Le Mans. I think unfortunately they banned it if memory serves, but there was a year at Le Mans where the GT3 or maybe even the GTE Porsche car that they had a ridiculously loud exhaust on board that car, and they could be heard from a country mile away, much like the Garage 76 NASCAR that of course took to the circuit not too long ago. And we've had a couple of yellow flags out for some drivers. We've had Malta Boosting bringing out a yellow flag. I think we also saw something for the Armentario team. We'll try to see. Oh, there was the moment. But it looks like we just caught the beginning of it there. Spins around, manages to get everything going again. So that was the instant there. And I also saw a yellow flag around these cars as well. Statchak and Anderston. That is the Armentario and Zaza Racing crew, I do believe. But they pushing on for now. We do have a fight sort of emerging further down the order with the 992 of although I think actually Delic has just made their way on past. That's oh, that's one of my favourite comments I've seen so far. The Dacia Logan DLC when Kunos, we're looking at you. Oh, what can you imagine? Could you imagine the scenes? It's already an interesting enough sequence when you also add in a BMW M2 competition car onto the circuit for multi-class racing. But yeah, that car is truly something special. An absolute legend of motorsport. A unit at that. I think if I remember rightly, it eventually did run into trouble, and I'm not even convinced it made it to the end of the race. And I've never seen a bigger outcry of despair, I think, in the world of endurance racing since that historic moment where Porsche were one lap away from winning Le Mans, and then the car broke down, and Toyota went on by to oh, excuse me, actually no, other way around, wasn't it? It was Toyota that broke down. They were finally looking to try to take a victory at Le Mans, and then it was Porsche, of course, adding to their tally, that then took it with a single lap to go after 24 hours of racing. I really hope that now, thinking about that contextually, that I haven't preempted something rather terrible. But we'll see what plays out, and thankfully there's enough hours that by then most people would have forgotten that I've said that, and that if disaster does strike, I can omit all forms of commentator cursing and prediction. Yes, Dacia versus Goliath. It certainly would be. Although in a way, it would be such an interesting scenario around the Nordschleife, because it's one of those, it's a circuit where when you're taking it kind of, a bit slower in that car, which, let's face it, I mean, we do love it, but always an incident for the SimRC team. And I was saying about making commentator curses. This is the car that was commentating earlier for their incredible recovery through the field, and that is a hefty amount of damage on the bonnet of the Aston Martin. I need to stop talking about people, but unfortunately that's kind of my job. So the SimRC car, Tobias Kraus, he's brought out the yellow flag again. Oh dear! Big impacts and just a very small moment lapse of concentration, and then no wonder the level of damage on board that car. Heavy series of impacts for the SimRC team, and they are losing a lot of time. Tobias Schur in the number 77 car, a team that in itself has had quite a busy time of it as it stands. They are closing at a rapid rate of knots. At RTN Racing, hello and welcome. Not sure if you're rejoining us or joining us for the first time. This is the 24 Hours of Nordschleife, and welcome in everybody as more and more of you start to filter in from the early hours of the morning. You have me until the end of the race. As we can see, Tobias Kraus very wisely and heads-up driving from him to keep his hazards on, making sure that people are aware of the danger. Of course, they will likely be getting a white flag call out from the in-game engineer, as well as any engineers' teammates that we have going on at the moment spectating. Pulling to the side of the road, didn't that well. Yellow flag briefly out for Jardier. Not sure if he's run into an issue. Looks like if he did, he has got going again okay, but maybe a small moment for this man. Of course, this was somebody that was hot on the predictions about Nordschleife coming to ACC. He was also a very delighted man when it did. Oh, that looked like a bit of an excursion. Oh, and there we go. Heavy impact. And for a man that adores this circuit, I'm sure would have been driving around with a smile on his face for the vast majority of this race. A little bit of frustration, perhaps, briefly in the cockpit of that car as Tobias Kraus continuing to struggle on, not losing as much time at this point as I would have thought he would have done, as Tobias Schur, the battle of the Tobiases currently for P4, one a lot more wounded than the other. Still a little bit further behind. You can see though that gap does seem to be coming down pretty quickly. Not sure whether or not not sure whether or not that'll be done immediately, but the time for transition has come about. So if you haven't done so already, do look to find your way over to part 3 of the stream. The link for that is pinned on the chat, and we will be over there in just a moment. So do not go anywhere, guys. Final 4.5 hours to go. We're back there in just a moment. See you on the other